Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call to order this special meeting of the Council of the Corporation of the Municipality of Kincardine at 9 a.m. on January 13th, 2025. Roll call this morning, Deputy Mayor Clark.
Present.
Councillor Blackwell.
Present.
Councillor Kavanagh.
Present.
Councillor Hinchberger.
Present.
Councillor Prenger. Councillor Steinhoff Gray.
Present.
Councillor Stewart.
Present.
Councillor Williams.
Present.
So we'd like to begin by acknowledging once again that we're meeting on the traditional lands and treaty territory of the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation, which includes the Chippewas of Nawash, unceded First Nation, and the Chippewas of Saugeen First Nation, whose ancestors were the first to inhabit, care for, and live on this land. We recognize and deeply appreciate the contributions that Indigenous peoples have made, both in caring for this land and shaping and strengthening this community, our province, and our country. And we are dedicated to learning and acknowledging Indigenous history and culture, and are committed to actions that move us toward a journey of truth, healing, and reconciliation with the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation, the Métis Nation of Ontario, and the historic Saugeen Métis. I'd like to remind councillors to disclose any pecuniary interest now and the general nature thereof, or as it arises in the meeting. And the business for which this special meeting is called is, of course, to consider our 2025 budget. We had a productive meeting the first time working through the operations budget, and it is our intent today to work towards discussing all. We might not get to approving the capital budget, but we'll have a great discussion about it. And we begin by offering the floor to our Director of Corporate Services, Roxana Bauman, for any updates, information that we need to know. Roxana, please.
Thank you. So I don't have a presentation today because it was quite thorough the last time when we had our budget meeting on December 10th. So at that time, the draft budget was presented with a tax rate increase of 7.99%. And that includes the 3% tax rate increase towards the Life Cycle Reserve Fund for asset management. Since the budget meeting in December, there were several adjustments resulting in new information received for several budget items, and that includes the draft SVCA levy, the SMART levy, and the OPP billing adjustment, as well as the addition of the new part-time IDEA position. And after the inclusion of those adjustments, the tax rate was revised to 6.83%. And council also at that budget meeting provided pre-budget approval for the Vector truck. So subsequent to that meeting, the 2025 final tax roll was received and the tax revenues were recalculated, and that resulted in an overall reduction in the required tax rate to 6%. This translates to an annual increase of $145 for the average household, or a monthly increase of $12. So we have updated the tote board for this change, and council's being asked to continue to deliberate on the budget, starting with the capital projects.
Okay, do council members have any broad budgetary questions to direct to the director, just to confirm or clarify any issues about anything that we need to talk about this morning? We are going to head into the capital budget. We'll be addressing it by department by exception. We're not going to do line by line, but if you have a particular line item that you would like to talk about within a capital budget, we will have opportunity to do that. Okay, so seeing none, we begin. If you have your budget binder, we're on page 125 of that document. And we have the corporate services capital forecast, capital requests. Are there any questions or comments about the capital budget for a couple of items there for the Treasury capital requests? Councillor Stewart, please.
We have, through you, Mayor, we have a new counselor and she probably spent a wonderful afternoon with our treasurer trying to understand our budgets and how they work. Just for a clarification, in the treasury, we talk about replacing treasury printers, so it's a replacement. Now, in the private sector, that would be under operations, but here it's under capital. Maybe the treasurer could explain maybe to the public, because it's very misconceiving how we treat capital in the public sector, where we treat capital in the private sector. Roxana, would you like to explain, like, why would a printer be new capital versus just replacing, because we already bought a printer, so we'd be just replacing an old printer? Thank you.
So through you, Chair. This is dependent on the threshold of what our capital asset policy states. And for equipment, the threshold for capitalization is $5,000. So if the purchase of a printer was below $5,000, it would be in the operating budget. If it's above $5,000, it's in the capital budget.
Thank you.
Seeing no questions, we move on to legislative services. There's one item there. Any questions, legislative services? Okay. Moving on to infrastructure and development. We have environmental services at this point. And just for clarity, Director, the capital purchases in environmental services, particularly water, wastewater, are funded through the billing system of the water and sewer charges and reserves. Roxana, please.
So through you. So yeah, all of the water and wastewater projects are funded from the sewer or water or sewer reserve funds, and the rates that are charged to customers for water or sewer fees are based on a financial plan that's determined using a full cost recovery model. So the future costs of replacement of existing water and sewer assets are basically factored into the rates that are charged to customers. So really how it works for the operating budget is if there's a surplus, you need to budget for essentially a surplus in the water and sewer budgets, and then that surplus gets transferred to the water or sewer reserve funds, and that money is then used to pay for these capital projects.
So there any questions in that water capital request section? So it's entitled Section G, Water, in your report on page 125. Councillor Stewart, please.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, I'd like to question 9534, the water meter replacement program and software upgrades. I see what we've had some concerns around this issue with our sort of beta testing in Tiverton. And we also have some additional costs that are not covered in the capital project. I believe that there was a $12,000 operating cost to do some work around the actually invoicing and everything else. I'm really thinking that I have no problems going ahead with this project, but I would defer it until we actually get everything straightened out and I understand exactly what our additional operating costs are. Because, you know, right now, what do we do? About 500 the meters, and it was an extra 12, and we're going to probably do another, 3,000 or 4,000 meters. So are we looking at $50,000 for the additional cost for labor to do the invoices? So I would defer this project, not completely, but defer it until we have a firm understanding at our level exactly what went on and what are the additional costs other than the capital costs for this project. Thank you.
And I'm going to direct that comment to our manager. Any offers of guidance? Manager, please.
Good morning, through you, Mayor Craig. So in 2024, the department replaced about 600 water meters, primarily in the north end of the municipality. We are looking this year to budget to close to replace just over 2,000 meters, which would then complete the north end route of the water meter system, which is basically from Durham Street in Kincardine all the way north to Inverhuron Park. Councillor Stewart's comments pertaining to extra costs actually just come from a software maintenance contract, which is used for collecting that data. I would have to look up the exact number, but I think once the program is fully installed, it would be around $20,000 annually. This would be offset by the fact that we would no longer need what we call, I think it's called water meter reading in operations, as that those two things basically offset each other. While I don't have an issue with deferring this if Councillor Stewart or Council wishes, this could impact the availability, I guess, of the installers, and the quicker we can get this project moving, the more likely we are to have that completed this year.
Councillor Blackwell, please.
Thank you. Through you, reading the 141 in the budget, it looks like that there is going to be a contract staff to assist with implementing and putting in the, well, we have the two systems within that capital budget project. Can I just get that confirmed, please?
Sure, through you, Mayor Craig. The system does take quite a bit of transition to get off the old meter system, data implemented into the new meter system, and it was recommended through corporate services that we look at putting a contract position included in that funding for the year to support this project.
Councillor Stanoff-Gray, please.
Thank you, through you, Chair. So I'm going to clarify something, because I thought in a previous meeting when we discussed the manual impact of inputs that it was because the computer system was not available. So am I to understand there's still a manual effort for getting into that new computer system that'll be used for the billing using the new meters? Because I thought we talked about whether this was going to cause extra burden, and we were told that it would only cause extra burden until a certain period of time when the software was available. So I want to understand, because it's not clear to me anymore based on the answer that was just provided to Beth. So if you could clarify, I'd appreciate it.
Morning, through you. Can you hear me okay? So I think there's two different factors here. So it's a manual entry in terms of getting the information from the old water meter, inputting it into the system, getting that all set up in the system, as opposed to then running the system and implementing it. So from the last meeting we spoke about, there were some challenges with the implementation, which we are working on testing this week. So we hope that that is set up by the end of this week, actually. But as far as inputting all of the data from the old meter is still a manual entry.
Councillor Stewart, please.
Just to clarify, through you, Mayor, I don't say delay the project or defer the project to 26. I'm not saying that. I just want to understand the software and the concerns, because right now we have dual systems. Basically, we still have the people going out and reading the manual meters. And then we have this new software thing. So, there is a cost associated with that. We're basically doubling the cost for a while until we have a complete program. I don't see that here. Now, I think it will be run under operations, but all I'm saying is, could you provide the council that kind of information if possible? And then we can feel more comfortable moving ahead with the capital project. It's not the install, it's the software and understanding. This thing could get out of control fairly quickly. And there's some issues around the last implementation that we're trying to clarify. So I just need that clarified before we move ahead. But I'm not deferring the capital project. I'm just trying to understand it better. Thank you.
Thank you. Could we perhaps, instead of doing the delay, because using the term delay in the approval financial budget, I think is maybe a little problematic, but to Councillor Stewart's point, I understand, Mark, that you've been reviewing some of the comments and concerns that were raised to you, and we're in the process of rectifying or explaining where discrepancies exist. Could we just maybe do a report back to council on where we sit and move forward in this budget process?
Move forward is a great idea. dependent on reports and, updates. Yeah. Okay. Any further questions under that water section? Councillor Blackwell, please.
Thank you. Through you, I have a question about G104. It's on page 153. So first, I'm treading carefully because it's the Bruce Power Water Project, and I do have a conflict of interest there. But my question more is around, in general, the use of community benefits reserve fund for water projects, knowing that water is related to a rate-based budget. And I'm just curious about the use of that reserve fund for a rate-based project.
So through you, that's a grant for the gas taxes. It's not a community benefits reserve fund.
Okay, so we have general concurrence for that capital budget section. Moving on to wastewater, which is over on page 126, section H. Any questions regarding wastewater? Councillor Stewart, please.
Thank you. And through you, just a clarification, 949, oh, sorry, that's already over. Sorry, thank you. Five, sorry. Moving ahead, it's still only 9 o'clock for us retired people. 10 o'clock's a much better time to start. Anyways, 9492 lagoons sludge removal. Just an understanding. I thought we approved that for a 25 project. Why are we carrying it forward? It's more of an accounting thing. I really do think we pre-approved it for 25. Is that correct?
So through you, actually, this is a correction that we have on the tote board. So the project 9492 is a carry forward, so it's listed under the carry forward column, but then we have project H058 and H059 that has also already been included in the 2024 budget. So that's duplicate. So we're removing those two projects.
Okay. Moving on to section L, waste management. Still on page 126, are there any questions regarding capital costs for waste management? Councillor Kavanagh, please.
Thank you very much. And this is a question through the chair for clarity on L014, Blue Box transition funding.
I'm sorry. 145?
175.
Thank you.
On page 175, I was wondering if staff could just take a moment to comment sort of on how that process is going to be unfolding over the coming year.
For our manager or director?
Through you, Mayor Craig. So we did have a report come to council in December that's been deferred to the February meeting. So we'll be bringing back some additional information at the February meeting pertaining to the Blue Box transition. One of the factors I would say built into the budget this year is somewhat of a contingency plan based on maybe council's preference or direction that we had with the transition. We wanted to have some funding available. This could include anything from communications to all ratepayers. May also have some impacts at the Waste Management Center when it comes to things like bins for recycling or site conditions such as containment type apparatus. So yeah, it was just built in more as a contingency fund for consideration for the 2025 calendar year.
Thank you very much.
Section Y, stormwater. And then we have the total for total environmental services. All right. Operations, section I, roads. Any questions regarding the capital expenses, proposed capital expenses for there? Councillor Stewart, please.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, I guess this would be a question either to Adam or to Corey. Under 9130 concession 2 and County Road 23 improvements, that's really outside. It's sort of a 50-50 share, and I notice it's being carried forward. This is not the first year. This has been a couple of years. How do you feel about the county coming to the table? Because I assume it's the county that's delaying this, not us. And then I'll have another question after that. Please, Adam.
So through you, Mayor Craig, this is a county-led project. It's been carried forward probably 3 or 4 budget cycles now. So the origin of this, there was a desire to take a look at that intersection. We talked about signalization of that through the county. It was led initiative. The determination was to construct a roundabout at that location. The county has had change of leadership in terms of the directors there. And so the project's been on pause, partly because of that. Also because at the time when it was first initiated and they determined that there was a roundabout, there was land acquisition required. And so that wasn't completed. The last I had talked to the director at the county for transportation, they were reevaluating the entirety of their 5-year program to understand where this fit. So we haven't got a response from them on that. So it is parked for now. And when we talk a cost share, our share of this project is very minor. Their costs will be much more significant than that. But our agreement at the time with former staff is that when we were looking at it, we had a contribution for signalization of that intersection and indicated to them that our contribution would not change just due to the fact that they were shifting to a roundabout. So
We get that. Or something like that.
Counselor, your mic, please, just so people can hear.
Oh, I pushed the other button, actually. Sorry. Sorry about that. 9150, just to repeat, Highway 21. I know that's an MTO. We also were doing another intersection, but I don't even see it here. So I know that we're ready. We budgeted. We're ready to go. What do you think of the odds this year in 25? Should I be betting on it or not?
So through you, Mayor Craig, the title of this is misleading. It is inclusive of both work at Russell Street and Kincardine Ave along the Highway 21 corridor. Again, this project's been sitting in our queue for a number of years now. Good news, MTO has the project out right now being bid on. It will be closing within the next month, and their goal is to be commencing construction first thing in the spring. I don't know which intersection at this point, but as of right now, it's out for tender. So,
Councillor Stanoff Gray, please.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, I'd like to ask our director another question about I-086 Harbor Street interlocking brick rehab. It talks about how we've been having some issues with tripping hazards and different issues from the settling and things moving up. I know we have 65K budgeted for this, but I guess what I'm trying to understand, especially when we talk about the weird thawing and freezing periods we have and the impact that had on Bruce Street, I just want to make sure that the 65K isn't going to turn into an annual basis thing. So if you could just give me an understanding of what we expect to achieve and how long until we do something else with this installment, I'd like to understand.
thanks. And through you, Mayor Craig. So with this, the intent here is that we would go in, remove the bricks between the sidewalk and curb and replace that with a concrete treatment, whether that be colored, stamped, but something that we're not going to have that same settlement. And then along the road side of the curb, we would remove the bricks there and then relay those. The challenge with interlocking brick is that, it does settle with traffic and that on it, but generally speaking, the road there is in very good shape for the length of time that it's been. So we're going back to late late 2000s, I think, roughly like around 07 when that project was done. So we're almost out 20 years and we haven't actually lifted the bricks there and put them back down. So, hopefully we're looking at another, 15 years before we'd have to perform significant maintenance again. No guarantees, but hopefully things continue.
Too bad all our roads didn't work that way.
The only municipality in the world with all bricked concessions and side roads. Councillor Stewart, please.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. Once again, Adam, I think it's I-082, rural paving concession 9. Always like to hear that in Ward 2. Just wanted to point out that to my fellow councillors, this repaving roads is a very expensive and we have a lot of concessions. As you can see, it's $1.5 million. And that's not all the way to the lake, but fairly close. Anyways, one of the things I just want to understand is that you probably have put it in some other section, or maybe it's under roads. When we're doing this rural paving, you're looking at all the culverts and everything else. I don't see, or is that included in the 1.5? Okay, great. That's all I wanted to know. No point putting a road on without doing the culverts. Thanks.
So just for all of council, especially with the new member here, so through you, Mayor Craig, with the rural repaving project, this is inclusive of not just peeling up the existing asphalt surface and putting new asphalt down. We're going to replace all of the existing culverts that are underlying the road, supporting the drainage system. We go in and clean out all of the ditches along there, remove any trees and vegetation that are disruptive to the drainage patterns or dead trees that are out there. So it's inclusive of all of that. And then after the new asphalt is placed, there's a shouldering component to the project to get the gravel up against the road as well. So. And this project here is for a total of 8 kilometers. So
that's from the Armo side road to the Glamis Road. Councillor Hinchberger, please.
Thank you through you, Mayor. And further to Councillor Stewart's point, I think the 5-year capital budget basically has us spending $1.5 million per year on rural repaving for the foreseeable future.
Yes, so through you, Mayor Craig, in my tenure with Kincardine, roughly the last 4 or 5 years, we've been working at this program and chipping away at 6 to 8 kilometers consecutively. Back at the time when we presented the initial project to council, we'd indicated that there was a requirement to be resurfacing 6 to 8 kilometers just to maintain our rural road network without having to turn things back to gravel eventually. So it is something that is going to continue on an annual basis for some time.
Councillor Stewart, please.
Thank you. Just to lay a comment, I travel a lot cross country and everything, and I'm constantly on other people's rural roads. And I must admit, our rural roads, even if we complain about them, are a lot better shape than most of the ones I see. I bottom out in my car all the time. So let's keep this up. I know it was a huge commitment of ours, but probably by the time we finish, Adam, we'll probably have to start with Road 1 again. But anyways, it's a continuous. I'm glad we're putting the effort forward. Thank you.
Councillor Blackwell, please.
Thank you. Through you. I know this is on the agenda, so I'm just going to mention it and then we'll talk about it afterwards, I guess. But the Broadway Street multi-use path, I'd like to have an in-depth conversation about that in terms of safety and the width. So I know we're talking about that. The other project I just have a question about, which is 9101 on page, or sorry, 9110 on page one.
We're just at roads.
Oh, we're at roads and not at bridges? Okay, I'll wait.
Bridges. Yes, there'll be a discussion around brown.
Okay, so on that topic, with council's consent or concurrence, we do have a resolution on our agenda package that council include project I-010 Broadway Street multi-use path in the 2025 budget deliberations in the amount of $546,000. If I could have a mover and seconder, we could comment on that because that's the section that we're in at this time. And it makes a lot of sense just to have the conversation now, and then we'll give direction to our director about what we're doing. So if there's a mover and seconder for that motion, Councillor Blackwell, Councillor Prenger. All right, Director, please. We do have, you'll notice I-010, there is a budget there for $265,000, and the motion that's presented, that cost goes to $546,000. Director, please.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor Craig. So I do apologize to council that we didn't have this information fully available when the budget was put together. So the initial budget package includes a project to construct a sidewalk along the Broadway Street corridor. So that's at a 1.5 meter width. That's something that's been in our capital plan for a number of years, and just consistently deferred and didn't really even make it to the floor for council to discuss due to other pressing needs. When we started looking at the budget this year, we talked about considerations around the master cycling plan and the desire to ensure that whatever we were constructing there was in alignment with FADs and accessibility requirements. And so what we've done is we've put together a staff report that identifies 3 different options. So essentially with those options, what it does is it adjusts the travel path, the corridor width. And so we presented options of 1.5 meters, 2 meters, and 3 meters. The master cycling plan that was adopted by council previously did indicate that this corridor should receive at some point, if we were going to construct everything from that plan, a 3 meter wide multi-use path. So we started with that approach, and in doing that, essentially would be presenting a project that's just north of $1 million. The reason for the significance in terms of the 2 meter to 3 meter wide costs in the path there is that the embankment along the roadway does drop off. So there would have to be some substantial earthworks to stabilize things in that regard. But additional to that, all of the streetlights that are existing along that corridor would be within that 3 meters. So they would all have to be set back, rewired, et cetera. When Corey and I took a look at the budget package, we felt that was fairly rich to try and achieve what it is we were looking for in consideration of not only that project, but all of the requests just from our department alone that were coming to council. And so we went back to BM Ross and worked with them to come up with an alternative in between what we had started with and what the cycling plan was suggesting. And that was a 2 meter wide corridor. The constructed KIP trail is a 2 meter wide path. At the time when we did engineering and design works for that, the initial look was for a 3 meter wide path, and due to topography and property constraints, we landed on a 2 meter wide platform there. We've seen, a fair bit of use and success with that, and felt that it would be a suitable width here. And so one of the checks that we did do was to understand if we had the constraints around the topography as well as the lights that exist. And while there is still some topographical considerations because of the embankment drop off, it's far less in terms of substantiality. So within our report, we are suggesting council consider adopting the 2 meter wide platform. One of the things that are not noted in here, but I've had discussion through Jane and her team, and then through Jane's team and mine, discussions with the Kincardine Trails group. The existing Blue Trail connection considerations right now bring the Blue Trail from back in behind the Davidson Center out to Broadway Street, up North Street in behind the Ford dealership, and across Sutton, and then eventually, carrying along westerly along Sutton Street and near Rexall Place, and then eventually getting back onto a municipal sidewalk corridor, which carries people to the Trillium Court area and back in behind there to connect back into the trail network. We've presented this from a staffing level and then to the trails group that if this was constructed, we could look at realigning our trail connection and have them come along Broadway Street up to Sutton, and then they'd be able to carry forward on Sutton on the sidewalk and get into that Trillium Court area. And that would negate a couple of future project considerations for us from an operations and on a capital front in terms of construction of a safe corridor along North Street and along the area in front of Rexall as well. So that's not within the staff report. Those are discussions we've had internally, but I wanted to mention that to council that we feel that that's an opportunity for some benefit there too.
Thank you, Director. Councillor Blackwell, please.
Thank you. Through you. That's a great point about being able to connect through onto Sutton Street. My question is specifically around a crossing then. If we're having folks coming up Broadway and then connecting to Sutton, there's no crossing between the Highway 21 and Queen Street along Broadway or Sutton Street. So I'm just curious, have we figured out potential options for doing some sort of crossing in that area to make it safe?
So through you, Mayor Craig, and stemming from some discussions with a member of council through the budget process, we have taken a look at the intersection at Sutton, Broadway, and Mechanics. Essentially, the way this path would be constructed, we would be bringing people from the Charles Street area. So, an example, high school students that would come across in front of Row Motors, and if they're looking to go out towards the McDonald's area, they would be able to continue and have a safe means of pedestrian travel and not have to cross a road to do so. However, if anybody's trying to get from what would be constructed here out to the North Rails area and out Sutton, further to the north, we wouldn't be able to do that without having them cross 2 lanes of traffic with no controlled intersection to do so. So we've taken a look at a number of intersections in the area at James, at Charles, at this location. And we feel this would be the most suitable, both from a staffing lens as well as in discussions with our municipal engineer. Feel that if there was a desire to include such an upgrade, that the intersection at Mechanics, Broadway, and Sutton, we could construct an example, a type 2 level D crossing. So that's the type that has your flashers and signs up and a painted crosswalk in the magnitude of roughly around $50,000 to do that. And then that would allow people to get from this newly constructed path across the turning ramp into the little median section and then across the Broadway Sutton Street area so that they could continue north if there was a desire for that.
Councillor Stanoff-Gray, please.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I was just going to say, like, based on the intersection you're talking about, I think that intersection in and of itself is a little problematic already anyways. So I think it would enhance overall, even just for the vehicles traversing in that area. So thank you for that detail.
Councillor Stewart, please.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. You say risk, the area is heavily traveled by the KDSS students and residents. If we change the high school location, this trail doesn't become as prominent needed. And one of the things I'm also, if the council wants to introduce new capital projects, I'm going to recommend to us that if we're going to add $500,000 to 600,000, we're going to have to remove a project. So, you just can't keep adding and adding and adding. It's unfair to the taxpayers because they're paying the final bill. So what project would you recommend if we decide to go with this? What project would you recommend to council? Thank you.
So through you, Mayor Craig, the notion around the high school and it's a eventual home when it is constructed, there certainly will be an impact that way, or could be an impact if the school system isn't using Broadway Street the same. However, given the trail connection considerations as well as the build out that we see at the 9 and 21 intersection, and as things continue to grow east of the highway, I do think it is a needed item for the community to consider, a sidewalk, a path here. It's been on our capital list, probably for the entirety of my time here in Kincardine. As far as what project would we remove, I personally think they're all a priority. That's why they landed here. So I wouldn't have a recommendation to remove anything, but, yeah.
Councillor Pranger, please.
Thank you through your chair. To Councillor Stewart's point, the director had mentioned that there will be works that probably won't need to be done because if we do this project, that's correct, Adam? During your presentation, you had mentioned that there were projects, there were some works that not necessarily in the budget right now, but in the future wouldn't need to be done in that area because of this path. Can you clarify?
Yeah, so through you, Mayor Craig, what I was referring to with those, in our capital forecast previously and in discussions with the Trails Group, they would like to see the ability to connect people across the frontage of where Jean's Restaurant is and Rexall Place. Currently, the sidewalk terminates at one of the driveways. And then further through that, there is no corridor for pedestrians along North Street. It's somewhat of a narrow corridor. There is a paved shoulder on the one side, but that was constructed for drainage purposes at one time. So when and if North Street is reconstructed, if we did not change the trail route, we'd be looking at putting in a path or something at that time then. We wouldn't need to if this went in and changed the direction of the trail system.
So just thank you for the clarification. And I was just thinking, that's actually exactly the type of thing I think councillors would need or like to know in the budget or in the report, so we can sort of determine whether it makes sense to add the cost on or not, just for future reference. But I did have a question, a separate question, if I could keep going. Is that all right, Mayor? Thank you. The 2 meter versus 3 meter choice. I was just wondering if there was a design reason why you jump from 2 to 3, or in terms of like engineering, it's just easier, or if there's actual physical constraints, like are the light posts right at 2 meters, or could there have been some kind of compromise, like a 2.5 meter option?
So through you, Mayor Craig, I think honestly, one of the reasons we went from the 3 meter down to the 2 is that we have had a recent installation with the KIP trail at 2 meters. So it's something we were familiar with. Arbitrarily, I do not know what the distance is from back of curb to the light standards to know if we could adjust that. One thing I didn't mention, but is noted within the report, the structure that is along Broadway Street, so the bridge, the platform at the bridge actually is narrower than the 2 meters as well. So we have a constraint with that. We did talk about potentially considering cantilevering an extension there. However, that structure is probably within 10 to 15 years of the end of its life. And so didn't get into the extensiveness of what that would cost. But back to the other piece, I can't tell you what the distance is from light standard to curb.
The reason I ask is because I love the KIP trail and it being there. Use it quite a bit and definitely appreciate it and see it being used all the time. I personally have come across instances where a wider trail would have been very useful. I've seen many communities adopting the 3 meter approach and use them, and it's just much easier to use, especially when people are accessing it with wider strollers behind a bike or something like that, or wheelchairs, etc. So I was just wondering if there was any way to make it a bit bigger, but thank you.
Councillor Blackwell, please.
Thank you. Through you, I'm wondering whether there's a motion required to support the addition of the crossing. That might be within that project.
The motion that we have at this point is to deal with the trail, period. If council chooses either now or future to improve the crossing, the safety, that's a separate thing at this point. For simplicity, this is just the trail. The request for, it's the deletion of the the 265,000 and the inclusion of 546,000. So, you know, if we choose to go with the crosswalk, that's a different, I acknowledge that it's connected, but it's a different motion. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor at this point. It is director's recommendation for a 2-meter trail along Broadway. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion? Okay, Councillor Stewart has asked for a recorded vote on the motion. You can ask for a recorded vote either prior to or actually subsequent to a vote. You can have a recorded vote. So our clerk, you ready to go for a recorded vote on this? Procedure says that we begin with the person who requested and go to the left, their left around the table. So the mayor voting last. So the motion is that council include project I-010 Broadway Street multi-use pass in the 2025 budget deliberation in the amount of 546,000. With the staff report, that was, that's not the Cadillac, that's the Lexus model rather than the Cadillac model.
Really?
Okay. I'm sorry, do you have a procedural issue, question? Please?
Through you, I just want to clarify, in the budget, there was a request for 265 and you're asking for 546. So what we're really asking is to approve like the addition, correct? Okay. Like the total, but we recognize that there is already 265 that was in the original budget. Okay.
Sorry, just point of clarification. We're asking that it be put in for budget deliberations. It's not to be approved at this stage.
That's correct. That's what it says. That's what the motion says, that goes in for budget deliberations. So once we have this conversation, we've already had predominantly all the budget deliberations you need. So once if it's included in budget deliberations, if there are further questions, that's okay. But I would hope that most of your questions have been answered at this point already. Okay, so we have a motion that it be included in the budget deliberations. Recorded vote, clerk, please.
Stewart,
No.
Blackwell,
Yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Steinhoff Gray,
Yes.
Kavanaugh,
Yes.
Clark,
Yes.
Hinchberger,
Yes.
Pranger,
Yes.
and Mayor Craig.
Yes. Okay, so those numbers, I-101 change from 265 to 546 in the budget conversation. Are there any further questions? Councillor Blackwell.
Thank you. Through you, I'm wondering if I can, I'm still a bit unsure, but I'm wondering if this is an appropriate time to request whether that amount that we just approved is actually increased by $50,000 in order to add the safe crossing that's been discussed.
Was that a motion you just made?
Yes. I don't think that it follows the approved format from the manager that provided to us. So I'll try and do that on the fly. So that council increased the budget for I-010 Broadway Street multi-use path by $50,000 from the Life Cycle Reserve Fund to include a safe crossing within the project scope.
Is there a seconder for the motion? Councillor Kavanaugh, discussion? Councillor Kavanaugh, please.
I think this merits a consideration. If the project were to be approved and go forward, safety is the uttermost consideration. So I think this is either you want the project with the safety or you don't want to do the project.
Councillor Stewart, please.
Once again, thank you through you, Mayor. We need to be considerate to the taxpayers. If you're going to add $350,000 to the capital project, there is only 200. Where are we getting the money from? You know, we sit here, we think it's what, monopoly money? This is hard, cold cash. So, you know, I have no problems improving things, but you're going to have to take away something. You just can't keep adding on. We're going to go broke. I mean, the tax bill has increased over 20% since we've been council. And this year it's going to go over that. So let's be very careful. I want to be the conscious here of talking about inclusivity. So let's make sure that when we start talking about safety and everything, I understand, but we have to be considerate to the taxpayers. Thank you.
Councillor Hinchberger, please.
Thank you through you, Mayor. I can't go for both the 2 meter wide and the crosswalk. And to me, of the two of them, obviously the crosswalk is important. So for me, if it was the 1.5 meter wide in the crosswalk, I could get behind that. I am questioning a little bit, like we make reference to the KIP trail, but the KIP trail was designed to get people off of a county road that has an 80-kilometer-an-hour speed limit. We're talking about Broadway Street up to McDonald's, which has a 60. I don't understand, with a 1.5 meter wide sidewalk, I think that's wide enough to meet the FAD's expectations. I don't understand why the bikes can't be on the road, so I don't get the 2 meter thing. So that's just my perspective.
So I have a motion on the floor to increase the budget by 50,000 to provide a safe crosswalk at the Sutton Broadway Mechanics intersection. Further discussion, Councillor Steinhoff Gray.
Thank you, through your chair. I actually, based on what Councillor Hinchberger said, have a bit different a perspective, but it probably wouldn't be a friendly amendment to make an adjustment, because to his point, to increase the traffic in that area and not have the crosswalk is not great. But to Councillor Stewart's point, we want to be as effective as we can. So I'm not sure what to do here. I'm looking for guidance because I think some of us around the table might want to tweak what we've done.
So perhaps one of the options is to provide direction to staff that is the budget for the entire project. And if it's 1.75 meters, okay. If it's 1.5, that's okay. But the total cost of the project is 546, including the crosswalk. So I need a little guidance from our director. Do you have flexibility within the contract? I expect most of us have walked along that spot one time or another. And, you know, when you go around the catch basins, that's a great ankle buster. I appreciate that. So 1.5 meters is 4.5 feet. Plus minus, it's this way. So the question is council, do you want to make a fully 6 foot, 7 foot wide trail? Or do you want to have a trail that improves what we have now, plus the safe crossing at Broadway, Sutton Mechanics? So the question is, we have the project included in the budget for deliberation. If you want that to be the number and include the safe crossing, that determines the amount of asphalt and stuff that's used on the trail. And we can leave that up to the director's ability to negotiate a great deal and get all those things done. Or we can say, we're just going to give you a bunch more money and we want the wide trail. So that's council's consideration at this point. So right now we have a motion on the floor that we increase the budget by $50,000 to put in a safe cross. And I'm going to ask for direction from council at this point to either support or not support the motion as presented by councillors Blackwell and Kavanaugh. So all in favor of increasing the budget by $50,000 to include the safe crosswalk, indicate all in favor. Any opposed? Okay, so we have a project for the multi-use path only up the side. Councillor Pranger, you have a question regarding about the project. Actually, well, I'm not going to do that. We need a motion so we know what we're talking about. So rather than just having a discussion about it, Councillor Pranger, would you like to include propose a motion?
I guess I can do that. My suggestion was going to be that the motion be something around the crosswalk being a separate project or a separate amount that we can consider. I don't think we should be adding it into that project. We just need a way to discuss it during deliberations rather than right now.
So the Councillor Blackwell's motion was that we add something to the project, a particular number, and we based that on the. I'm sorry, Director, did you provide any guidance about the cost of what that intersection might look like? The 50,000 came from your recommendation, plus minus.
Yeah.
Okay.
Correct. Through you, Mayor Craig.
So either council recommends an amount of money that is less than what the director thinks and you get what you get, or we say that is the price of the project, including the crosswalk. And I'd like a motion proposed from council, please. Councillor Blackwell, do you have a motion for us? Sorry, that's either yes or no. Okay, so I would like to propose the motion that we include this for budget deliberation, 546,000 inclusive of a safe crosswalk. You know, we use and is there a seconder for that? Councillor Steinhoff Gray. So the question is, do you want a safe crosswalk at Broadway, Sutton, and Mechanics? So you're pondering, Councillor Hinchberger, where are you at in this?
I wasn't going to say anything through you, Mayor, but if you're asking my opinion, no, you're going to get it. You're going to get it. We should have basically two things. See, we voted on a deliberation to bring this change into it, which we did, but we haven't decided what to do with it. And so there really should be a motion/decision on width of the pathway sidewalk and separate for the crosswalk, because I feel that a number of people have voted no, just my opinion on the crosswalk over the total budget of the things. But yet if they were faced with the option of a 1.5 meter sidewalk plus a crosswalk at the Broadway, Mechanics, Sutton area, more people would go for that. And I think what the group is trying to figure out how to get there, process or procedurally. You did ask.
I did. So if we are reluctant in spending more money on a crosswalk, then I would perceive that the natural outcome of that is if you want the trail and the crosswalk, then the trail can't be so wide. You got to take the material out of trail to include it in the crosswalk.
But you could go farther back from 546 than just 50K.
You could go back to
Plus 50K.
Yeah, exactly.
Plus
We want that option.
265 plus
Okay.
50K.
Okay, so before we start wandering, if a councillor has a motion that they would like to,
You have a motion.
we have a motion that we do.
Plus, we
If-
have approved the motion. We have to go backward. We didn't approve. Yeah, we didn't.
Okay, it's time for a bio break, 5 minutes.
I wasn't trying to say.
You can't
Okay,
do that with a motion.
you can't do that. So I would like to remove my motion. We're going to come back in a little while. 5 minute bio break. Go away, get your thoughts in order, come back with an idea how we're going to resolve this, okay? round up the cats again. We're ready to start.
That was over.
Okay, welcome back, council. Had opportunity to converse with our Director of Infrastructure and our CAO, and there's a couple of issues at play that are prompting the construction of this multi-use path. One is, it's future growth. It is the placement of the proposed high school. It is the amount of traffic that may or may not be generated on that. And at this point, unless council chooses otherwise, our director and CAO are saying perhaps it is in their best interest just to put this on hold until we find out where some of the new infrastructure is being built, find out where the high school is going. There's the question of, do we put in the crosswalk first? Because we need it anyway, but our director says, let's not encourage, pedestrian use is not bad, but if we're going to, we need to be careful how we plan the safe crossings of all our streets. And it might be wise for council at this point to subsequently remove I-010 and say, yeah, we're going to defer this until we find out where some of that institutional growth in our community is going to be. Councillor Steinhoff-Gray.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I'm comfortable with what you're suggesting, but I do have a question for our director, if that's possible. Would there be any hindrance to putting in a crosswalk at that area? Just because I am seeing more and more people using that area, regardless of whether we do the sidewalks. I would like to understand whether that's something we should still be considering, because it wouldn't undo any network that we're doing, but would give people a safe crossing point. So I would like to understand whether that should still be considered.
So through you, Mayor Craig, my personal opinion around that is that we would be putting in a formal crossing and directing people to what I would refer to as a goat path right now, something that isn't maintained to any level of standard. And I think further promoting that people use that. So I would not suggest we do it until we're looking to address the corridor along Broadway.
Councillor Blackwell.
Thank you. Through you, I understand the rationale of wanting to wait perhaps for the high school, but I'd also suggest that area has a lot of jobs that are minimum wage jobs. A lot of people walk to work in that area. A lot of seniors use that to get out to Shoppers Drug Mart. There are other folks other than high school students using that, and I think that they deserve some consideration as well. It is a fairly busy traveled corridor if you've driven on it. Unfortunately, people are walking on it, and it is part of the longer term cycling master plan without the study or assumption that the high school is moving. I think it's worth
considering, but I understand if I'm in the minority on that.
So just for clarity, is there any counselor willing to make a motion that we remove that from the proposed capital budget? Counselor Stewart, is there a seconder for that motion?
I'm sure.
Is there a seconder for the motion? I will. So is there any further discussion about deferring this project till the 2026 budget? Councillor Williams, please.
Thank you, through you. Recognizing that the construction of the sidewalk is related to safety, a question that I would have, is there an option or an opportunity, not knowing much about speed limits, to reduce the speed of that road at least to help increase the safety? Is there? Sorry.
Director, please.
Thanks. And through you, Mayor Craig, we did kind of a blanket review of speed limits within urban areas within the last fiscal year. Through that and through discussion with the OPP, we were originally suggesting to lower the section of Broadway Street, and they came back and suggested that it was appropriate at a 60 based on historical accidents, issues, the geometry, a number of things. So we ended up coming back and readjusting that and having it listed as a 60. It is something worth considering, and we can certainly do if council wanted to, but that was some of the rationale as to why it's still at 60.
Deputy Mayor, please.
Thank you, Mayor, through you. I'm just wondering to our director, a question to help me understand, I guess, where the switches come. We were talking about capital projects in general and whether or not any could be deferred. And the thought was that they're all priority based and should go ahead. So the thought about deferring this to 2026, is there something that was sort of pressing, or where does the change come that you now think that the deferral makes sense?
So through you, Mayor Craig, listening to comments around the council table, had a discussion during the break with the CAO and Mayor. The project could go ahead at this time, but there has been concerns noted about the high school around the cost overall. We talked about a number of considerations around, tolerances within the upset limit and how we could potentially adjust the scope of project to fit within. But a couple things. One, we talked about the high school and hopefully we'll see a decision sooner or later that may or may not impact what we decide to build here. Not that we don't do or do not want to, but the width of the corridor. A couple other things, potentially the high school, depending on where they're located, there may be a desire for council to want to negotiate with them for financial impacts to offsite infrastructure and upgrades that are required to support where the school lands. The other consideration that I noted to the mayor and CAO is that we are doing our development charge review this year. And some of this project I feel is growth driven. And so it could be a project that we could consider in the updated DCs for some growth funding. And that came just from a point from one of the council members at break that a large sum of this project is currently proposed to be funded from the life cycle reserve.
Councillor Stanoff-Gray, please.
Thank you. Just one more question, a clarification for the director, because you referred to it as a goat trail. And I understand from Councillor Blackwell that this is heavily used by people coming to and from work. Is this like a sidewalk that is broken up? I don't walk this particular trail myself. So I just want to understand if we have a safety issue that needs to be rectified because it was in a better state and now it's declined, or that would help. Thank you.
So through you, Mayor Craig, I do not believe that there's an imminent safety element based on the surface condition. I think at one time, the area from the curb to the guardrail was grass, and because it's been so heavily traveled by foot traffic over the years, it's essentially, and from winter maintenance activities as well, it's essentially stone dust, sand, gravel that they're walking on for a surface now.
Councillor Blackwell, please.
Thank you. I just wanted to note too, there was some discussion about the width of the path and different considerations. And based on our FADS guidelines, 1.6 is the minimum for a sidewalk. This was being proposed as a multi-use path, which would be a minimum of 1.8. So if we're looking at cost savings or trying to change the scope, I think we would need to keep that in mind.
Councillor Pranger, please.
Personally, I don't know if the high school argument holds for me. I too, I have to agree with Councillor Blackwell. See many adults and even seniors using this on a regular basis. Anyone walking to Bulk Barn or McDonald's or Boston Pizza or anything out there that they need to get to any of those stores, use this area. I know me personally, I walk it and I feel safe, but I've heard from many constituents that they don't. So I'm willing to consider it. I personally don't think taking it off the docket right at this moment before we even get to it in the budget kind of thing. We had agreed to put this higher number in the budget for deliberation, and I'm okay with leaving it there so we can all sort of sit on it and think what we want to do.
Councillor Stewart, please.
In lieu of time and everything, there's been a healthy discussion. Can we put this to a vote, please?
As per the procedure bylaw, any councillor can ask for the vote to be called. So we have a motion on the floor that the I-010 Broadway Street multi-use path be removed from the proposed capital budget and deferred to the 2026 discussion. All in favor? Opposed? And that was carried. Are there any further operations, capital budgets that you would choose to offer for discussion? Councillor Kavanagh, please.
Thank you very much. And through the chair, I don't see a specific project associated with this in the capitals, but since we are talking about missing pathways and pedestrian safety, I would like to maybe call attention to the missing sidewalk that's between the fire station and Bruce Ave, that 200-meter stretch that is on Johnson Mahood Drive. It was originally identified during a council bus tour in 2022 and pointed out that it was basically an oversight of going from industrial back to residential on the far side. And I was just curious if staff could comment about the potential for a capital project there to correct this this issue. We have kindergartners walking along a paved shoulder right now to get to school. And we do have work happening on Bruce Ave coming up in the spring.
Director, please.
So through you, Mayor Craig, again, a project that was listed or identified a number of years ago by the community, staff, council members, could be all of the above, but was on a list upon my arrival here. We ended up electing to pave the shoulder there to provide a safe means of travel for people in the magnitude of the $50,000 kind of range. And simply put, reconstructing that section of Mahood Johnson was going to be a significant cost for us to undertake with all of the other considerations. Since we've paved that shoulder, to my knowledge, and Corey can certainly jump in as well if he's aware of something differently, but I haven't heard any concerns from the community since we have paved the shoulder. We certainly did hear from a number of people prior to that. So our understanding is that what is there now is working and is offering a solution for a safe means of travel. If you were to ask, do I think it's a priority to do some form of significant construction there at this point? It wouldn't come on my radar. There are other projects that I would suggest before that.
Thank you very much.
Okay, moving on. We are now moving on to J, Bridges, Culverts, Storm, and wondering if there are any comments that any councillors would like to raise about capital items there. Okay. Councillor Hinchberger, please.
Thank you through you, Mayor. Project 9110 Browns Hill Bridge. I'll take the easier of the two issues with this. I wondered, aside from the funding from provincial grants, if it could be explained to council the choice of the distribution between community benefits, life cycle reserve, and development charters. I could help narrow it down a bit if it helps. I noticed in all the budget documents that we don't, and I understand the reasons why, in the reserve and the reserve fund listings, we never show contributions in for any of the development charges year over year, because you kind of never really know what you're going to get. But we do get, my math was in 2024, we received several $100,000 in development charges. So I guess my specific question is, does the distribution between community benefits reserve fund 75 and the development charges roads and related reserve fund 80 have to be what it's shown to be, or is that adjustable?
So through you, so the likelihood of the 200,000 for the development charges is because when we have a background study, we are limited to the total amount that's DC eligible. So we can't just decide to fund the entire project, even if we had sufficient funds available. So the 200,000 would have been the portion that would have been eligible to be funded from the development charges. The community benefits reserve fund, that is definitely something that can be modified, and in fact, probably should be, given the other council resolution that had already been passed previously, which was to earmark those funds for the Whitney Crawford Community Center if we are to be successful with the grant application. So with the exception of this project, staff did try to limit the amount of projects that were taken from that specific reserve fund. So we put $500,000 in, but that technically should be changed if we were to be sticking with that council resolution.
Thank you.
Councillor Stewart, please.
Thank you. And through you, Mayor. Yeah, the funding of this is, we'll have to figure that out a little more. I want to know a little more about the construction. I guess BM Ross is the engineering on this, and over the years, the 7 years I've been a councillor, BM Ross likes to do Cadillacs, and you know, most of the time it works out pretty well for us, but it becomes very expensive. I only see one approach on this. You know, I don't see a lot of options. I mean, you know, there is the, you know, steel beam construction of a bridge, and that seems to be a fairly, you know, average cost or cheaper cost. There's trestle bridges. There's also, you know, concrete culvert bridges, culverts even. You know, does this bridge get a lot of work? I know it's the main line going down to the waste thing. Does it have to be double lane? Could it be a single lane? You know, what kind of traffic? When I go down there, I'm the only one that I usually go down, and I'm the only one going down the hill and going up the hill. So, you know, what kind of bridge do we need here? And this is a huge cost for us. This is probably one of the biggest capital projects we have this year and following year, 4.2 million. Just want to know where are the options for us to take a look at. Does it need to be double lane? Does it need to be, you know, bridges last 75 years. But I don't see anything in the report or anything. Maybe that decision or discussion went on, but I just see, okay, we're going to get a bridge, double lane. It's going to be 4.2. Are you going to raise it up? I mean, it's quite a low valley and everything, and you got the Pantango River. I think that's not the main channel. That's the tributary. It doesn't matter. Anyways, what kind of volume is going across that bridge on a daily basis? Do we know that?
All right, thanks. And through you, Mayor Craig. So number of points there. I'll try and touch on a number of areas. So first and foremost, we have done a traffic review, and on average, we're looking at between 200 and 499 cars on a daily basis there. So through that, this past year, we had, and sorry, actually, Corey, if you can just double check, because that's the AADT, if you want to look at that report or whatever. So over the last year, we've been working with GEI Group, and that was to do a review of structures within the municipality for consideration of what is the next best choice in terms of need and use and all of that. There will be a report that'll come back in the first quarter of this year from staff and from our consultant that'll identify a number of structures that could be considered for retirement at the end of their current useful life. This was one of the structures that we put through the entirety of the test and analysis, knowing that it was something that had a significant cost, was identified in our capital plan, as well as the last OSIM inspection was identified that there was a high probability that the structure would receive a recommendation for closure when we do our next biannual inspection. So through all of that, the recommendation from that analysis was still to take a look at replacement of this structure. To the question of, or the point of, you know, are we building a Cadillac? What options did we look at? And are we raising the road? If we go back to as far as 2015, the municipality had applied for a grant stream at that time, and that was to build the Cadillac version of Cadillacs. That was raising the road extensively, cutting the hills back. And so back at that time, the project value was even north of the current value. We did not get the grant funding, and so the project did not come to completion. So over my tenure here, I brought back to council at one point a recommendation that was supported, and that was to carry through with the balance of the environmental assessment on the structure so we could understand what our options were and what it was that we wanted to build. And then that could be included in a future budget deliberation opportunity. So through that EA, we did assess the various options of what can replace this structure. What is the optimum outcome, and also recognizing being cost effective with our decisions. I've certainly could probably use the term hammered BM Ross on this several times, suggesting that we don't need to have the best of the best. We have 83 structures, and we need to be able to manage all of those structures, was part of the comment at the time. So we did look at options of replacing this bridge with culverts due to the hydrology and a number of things and the span of what would be needed. We were going to end up needing to put in 2 multi-plate culverts, which with a dual multi-plate, you can have issues with jams and stuff like that, whether it be from trees or something getting caught across the two. But beyond that, just with the dual structure, the cost was going to be in the same range as to what's proposed here. So we elected to propose to council in the EA, which was supported, this type of structure. We did include within this reconstruction of a structure to 2 lanes from the current single lane. Could you put in a single lane structure? You could. It would be preferred on a concession road with the volume of traffic we see here, along with the decision to not alter the grades of the road extensively, to have that 2-lane corridor for the means of safety of people, and the cost to widen it out to 2 lanes from the lane or lane and a half. And it would be probably closer to a lane and a half to accommodate our snowplow to cross, and wider vehicles wouldn't be as significant as what we're looking at in terms of a reduction of that cost. And I can't tell you a dollar figure, but overall, it wasn't something we felt was in the best interest going forward. We are proposing to raise the road in the valley area. I'd have to look at the plan and profile to give you an exact number, but it is coming up, and that'll require, for the approaches of the structure, us to alter the road grade slightly. This does include some work primarily up the east hill of this corridor to the crest of the hill. Anybody that's traveled through there over the years certainly would be familiar. In the spring and a number of other times, it is quite wet. We presume there are springs underneath the road and kind of the south shoulder. So we'd be addressing some drainage, some under drainage there, and then replacing the asphalt and that's essentially, at least on the south side of the road, fully deteriorated and has probably more cold patch and spray patching there than original asphalt. So I don't know if I covered everything there, Councillor Stewart, but if I didn't, I can remind me what else you're looking for, and I can take that on too.
Councillor Stewart, please.
Thank you. You did cover most of it. It's just that, there's 83 of these structures. And we got to think smart and everything. Are we planning to build it stick by stick right on site? You can build bridges off site and then bring them on. That would reduce maybe, because you're looking at probably 3, 4, 5 months of the road not even being there. And, there's only so many limitations. I notice also in the report, which I find really interesting on page 199, it's got a question mark, meets FAD's requirements. Why would that even be in there? Are we not talking about having FAD's requirements on a bridge that's on concession 5? Because concession 5 is not a road that you want to even walk along. So I'm a little bit concerned about that, but we got to really start to think, just not this bridge, because as there's 83, you're looking at probably $500 million by the time we finish the roads and everything else. So we got to work smart. Are all the bridges going to be double lane, or are we going to have to start to really take a serious look in our community and close some roads? Thank you.
So through you, Mayor Craig, first and easy point, that's a default just within the template related to the FADs. With respect to the length of time and looking at other alternatives, prefabs and stuff like that, Corey and I did review that. I think I could say extensively. We met last spring with a company at a conference down in Toronto, and then brought them to site and had them price out the replacement of this structure with a prefab deck. At the end of the day, we're looking at a very similar cost. You would have some savings in time for construction of the deck, but you still have the same length of time for construction of the abutments that would be on site. When we reviewed this with BM Ross and based on the EA and the consideration around time, we didn't bring forward a suggestion to change that, but it is something that we would be able to do if council wanted to shorten up the time frame in terms of construction. And then, one other point, to your comment about going to have to make some decisions around structures as a whole, given the overall volume. There will be within the report that comes from GEI in the range of 10 to 12 structures that we feel council could consider other alternatives as opposed to replacing them out of that inventory based on our review. So it is something that Corey and I believe that we are faced with as staff and as council to strongly consider as we move forward.
Thank you, Director. In the midst of this, the challenge that I faced is as I'm looking at that, and I acknowledge the amount of money and the financial quandary we face. This is likely one of the busiest bridges in our municipality. There will be others in county roads, perhaps, but I'm wondering if you or council has had opportunity to identify the criteria. Like if this is a bridge that we would consider closing and it's the busiest bridge, then where does that leave the rest of the bridges in our municipality? Like if this one doesn't warrant replacing, like what are the criteria? So I'm not sure if there's information coming in that report from GEI and yourself that would lay out some of those thresholds or those considerations. Could you comment on that, please?
So through you, Mayor Craig, that's something that we can have a conversation with GEI again. Just off of memory, predominantly the structures that are going to be suggested for other opportunities other than replacement at end of current life. They're predominantly, actually all of them are situated on side roads, gravel roads, lower traveled volume roads. But we can talk to them just the basis of how we came up with our criteria that narrowed things down to that and comment within the report on that to council.
Councillor Stanoff-Gray, please.
Thank you, through you, Chair. This might help me with clarification. I understand that currently it looks like it's being used heavily. I know I haven't seen traffic on it myself, but I'm not denying that you did a study. So if the study says there are that many vehicles, I'll take that for granted. But I guess my question is that number just because it's the easiest path? because there are a lot of different ways to intersect that road. And if this road wasn't available, people might just adopt to. So like, I want to understand that in relationship to the cost of the bridge, because I see other bridges being repaired at a much lower cost point. So if this one has natural springs that are causing destruction of the road that we're going to need to look at regularly, then maybe this isn't the road to have as a primary intersection. It could be adopted elsewhere. So I'd like to know how that analysis was completed.
So through you, Mayor Craig, one of the things that we looked at as we were advancing the review of this structure was if the structure was to be closed, what is the impact to traffic? Where do we feel the predominant detours, I'll refer to them as that, come into play? And so currently, if we look at the area east of the structure, we have Side Road 15. That corridor is paved essentially right from an MTO road being Highway 9 all the way over to the county corridor. So we have a suitable north-south road east of the structure that can help people get to the North Line, to Concession 7, wherever they realistically need. Coming west of the structure, the road network isn't in the same, condition. We have predominantly gravel roads that intersect and run north-south. Side Road 10 being the most close in terms of proximity. There is a note in the GEI report for this structure just around constraints. And that essentially is that we feel if we were going to close this structure and push people into a situation of using that side road more frequently, that we would be suggesting at least between the North Line and Concession 7, hard surfacing that section. So you're looking at ballpark 4 kilometers of additional asphalt that we would need to budget for to put down at this time. And that's without looking at the existing road bed to understand if the granular conditions would warrant and support asphalt on top, or if we have to dig that out and put new granulars in. And so that can quickly snowball. That's something we can look at deeper, but at this time we felt based on the review, it made sense to bring forward a recommendation to continue to look at replacement of the current structure.
Councillor Hinchberger, please.
No, thank you, Mayor. This discussion answered a lot of thoughts and questions I had.
Okay. Councillor Stewart, please.
Sorry, since this involves Ward 2, sometimes I have to say a few more words. It's an interesting discussion that we're having, and it really is, it's going to be tough because we're going to have to look at our road network, bridges, culverts, and all that, and really make some tough decisions, because at $1 trillion of infrastructure, there's not enough tax dollars to replace that, especially in this day and age. For us to have a motion, Mayor, it's okay, don't worry about it, to close the Brown Hill Bridge would have to be definitely a community discussion, but sooner or later, we're going to have those discussions. And, if we didn't have the waste site, how much traffic would be along Concession 5? You're absolutely right. One of our fellow councillors used to live on Concession 5, and, he probably saw the traffic, and I'm very much like yourself. My Councillor Steinhoff Gray, when I go down, I'm the only car going up and down. So, maybe the traffic comes at different times and everything. If we defer it, we defer it. Do we have that discussion, or do we try to defer it and have that discussion with the community? I'm not sure. I mean, but that's definitely what we're going to have to do over the next couple of years. We're going to have some major discussions with communities, side roads and everything else, because we just can't keep affording this kind of cost. I mean, this is a lot of money. Anyways, that's my discussion for the council.
Councillor Hinchberger, please.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. The director mentioned about the need to upgrade, reinforce Side Road 15 from the North Line to Concession 7. What's the going rate these days per kilometer for that sort of thing? Because we might be looking at 6 of one and a half dozen of the other is what I'm trying to assess here.
So through you, Mayor Craig, if we take a look back at the repaving program proposed for concession 9. That was 8 kilometers. So if we go on a per kilometer basis, you're just shy of $200,000. So around 190,000 per kilometer for upgrading. So you're on Side Road 10. If you're basing that on 4 kilometers, you're roughly around the $750,000-$800,000 range likely. That's just that, and that's without looking at granular replacement of the road. So if you have to replace that, you're probably closer to the $1 million, and without knowing if there's anything else that we have to do. Like, we haven't taken a deep dive into that 4 kilometers.
Councillor Blackwell, please.
Thank you. Through you, sorry, you mentioned that there's a more broad bridge study coming. Do we have a date for that of when we may see it?
So through you, Mayor Craig, I'm hopeful that we'll be receiving the final draft this week of that report. If we do, and if all goes well, we would like to get here in February. If we can, it'll be March.
Councillor Kavanaugh, please.
Thank you very much. And through the chair, one other thing to sort of keep in mind, because this factored into my decision, I happen to have a property that was adjacent to or on the west side of where this bridge was. And so I got to see firsthand the number of large trucks that would be coming back to and from the waste site. If we could magically pick up and move that waste site, like, that would make this decision a whole lot easier. But with the amount of traffic that flows to and from every day coming from that waste site and to that waste site, and given the status of both the north-south, as our staff has already mentioned, and the alternative route in my mind going into and out of town would be on the north line, and the quality of that road versus side road or concession 5. Unfortunately, I think this is something that we have to do.
Councillor Williams, please.
Thank you. Through you. Just to get a better understanding of costs, I appreciate the landscape around this bridge. It makes it more expensive to replace than other bridges. Will the bridge study give an indication of the cost to replace other bridges? And would your assessment be that, like, how much more would replacing this bridge be compared to other bridges?
So through you, Mayor Craig, the bridge study will provide council both in a singular consideration as well as an aggregate look at what the potential savings of those decisions could be. As far as a comparison back to this structure, I don't have that or anything like that.
Councillor Prenger, please.
Thank you through you, Chair. Given everything that's been, all the information provided to us, and I understand that there is a bridge assessment study coming, and staff often recommends that council wait for a study to be finished before you make decisions about things. In this particular case, I personally understand why we would want to make this decision now before the study comes. We already know that it's the most used bridge. It's the main access point to the biggest piece of infrastructure we have out in that area. Although some people's experience is that it's not used very often, other people's are, including mine, that it's used very often. And I know that the people who live on that street or near that street use it for everyday life use, not just accessing the waste management center. So personally, when I think of big bridge replacement in our municipality, this is the first one that comes to mind for me. It's way overdue. It's a safety concern, and it's a decision I feel needs to be made now, and I am fully in support of replacing this bridge.
So any other option would require a motion that we defer or remove or something, or other than that, it will remain in the proposed budget as it is here. Councillor Steinhoff, Gray, please.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I guess I understand what Councillor Prenger is saying, and I'm not necessarily against not replacing this bridge, but I think what I'm trying to understand is the broader impact, because with how big that number is, I'm concerned about what that means for the other infrastructure. And when you talk about end of life with some of the bigger bridges that aren't there yet but are going to be coming up, I'm really, really nervous. Like you talked about Broadway, it's got 15 years goes in blink. And and that bridge is huge. So if this little bridge in comparison is a $4 million project, I'm actually almost paralyzed considering what the price of a bridge like Broadway would be. So I just, for me, I guess it's not that I'm against approving this, it's just understanding what the ripple effect is downstream.
Councillor Hinchberger, please.
Thank you, through Mayor. This might help Councillor Williams here. I'm trying to go in memory here. Our last facilities tour, I think I remember being on a bus on a side road out in concession 2 Ward 2 or 3. I think it was 2. And I think that the manager of operations, we stopped at a bridge/culvert. And I think the figure quoted for that was 3 million. And just was that to put it into perspective. So I think there's a message here when we talk about public engagement with the public. All those bridges and culverts, et cetera, that exists on side roads in the municipality, you're probably first in line if we're looking at closing things in the future. So heads up.
Councillor Stewart.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, being the councillor for Ward 2, we're definitely getting the lion's share of capital budget this year, between $1.5 million in the road and 4.2, and we apologize, but it is what it is. I think the plan's going to be really eye-opening for everybody and everything else. One thing I'd like to do, because the road's going to be closed for quite a long time, I'd really like to do a little bit of a study and see where the traffic goes, so we know that in the future. Because the traffic will have to find other routes. It'll be interesting to see what other routes they find. So if you wouldn't mind putting that on the study, or just a quick little thing, get the ticker out there and we'll count how many traffic, because I think they'll come pretty well up Concession Road 7, probably more than likely, but who knows? Thank you.
Good conversation. Any other capital items from the bridges, culverts, storm?
Well, we cancel this, we could do all the rest.
Councillor Blackwell, please.
This is a bridge, but it's project on page 203, the J034 pedestrian bridge decommissioning. That project certainly blossomed from the initial description that we had last year when it was chosen to be paused instead of repaired. I'm just wondering if the director could speak to that a little bit and kind of what's all included in the decommissioning process.
So thank you, through Mayor Craig. Last year when we brought the considerations forward around this structure and elected to close it at that time, we did provide a figure to take a look at a repair that was predominantly just focused on the abutment that was eroding at that time. Since then, we've gone in there and taken a look at the entirety of the structure and what all would need to be repaired as a whole. The significance and the cost, one of the challenges here is that it is isolated and very, very difficult to access for large pieces of equipment. And so in reviewing this with an engineering firm, getting a second opinion on that, and then also getting some contractors to weigh in, the cost to actually go in and do all of the work that was deemed necessary would put the project at around $400,000 to $450,000 to address everything. So through that, we talked further about what it would look like to decommission this structure. And so that's what we've proposed within the budget. The figure one is certainly much more tolerable out of the two. When we take a look at municipal assets, and some of the discussion that I have with my team is around wants and needs. In our opinion, this bridge is a want. It is not a need. We have a suitable pedestrian corridor through sidewalks along all of the adjacent side streets. If you cross this bridge from the east side to the west side, you're still having to travel on that exact same corridor that I just referenced. You've maybe shaved off a couple minutes out of your day, But we don't have the money to spend $440,000 on replacing this structure. That's without knowing if the high school remains there and is going to predominantly benefit from this. So from staff's end, we think it's a very easy decision to take this structure out. We would suggest that regardless of what happens, a decision is made because we're witnessing people utilize the structure, climbing the fence, cutting the fence, walking down along the side of the structure and across the water course and back up the other side. We've done what we can, and I think gone as far as we can extensively to prevent those occurrences from happening, and they still are. So there is risk associated with it, and we would suggest, you know, whether it's replacement or repair, decision does need to be made.
Councillor Stewart, please.
Thank you. And through you, Mayor, I just have curiosity. How old is this bridge? I mean, you know, do we know when we built it or nobody really? Okay, that's fine.
Just always.
It's been there a long time. I can vouch for that. Councillor Blackwell, please.
I'll just follow up with that to say, I think it's sad and change is hard, and many people, this bridge is really nostalgic. I remember walking it many times. That said, the cost is really quite high to get it into a safe condition, and there is great work that's been done to try and connect the alternative pedestrian corridors. So unfortunately, I would be supportive at this point of decommissioning it.
Okay. Fleet, we're in section K. Any comments regarding the proposed capital purchases under section K, fleet? Councillor Steinhoff-Gray, did you have your hand up? Oh, Councillor Stewart, please.
Thank you. 9201, that's the plow and sander. It was an old project. Are we getting that in January, February? It seems like it's taking us, what, about 18 months to get a snow plow after we approve it? Or can you just help me out with that?
So through you, Mayor Craig, the 18 months would be a fair correlation. So that is a 2024 approved capital item that was tendered in around the February timeline. Or procured, sorry, in around February of last year. Originally, they had told us that unit would be available fall of 2025 through that process. The last communication from them is that we should have it sometime between end of Q1 and start of Q2 of this year. So they have caught up on their end of things a fair bit. So, but again, it is a little over a year anyways from procurement timeline.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, once again. This one would be for the ice resurfacer. Once again, we're ordering equipment and it's taking a while. I know that we have 2 leased gazebos right now working on both ice surfaces. And this is our new electric one, isn't it? And it'll be going to Kincardine. When do you expect it to show up on the ice?
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. We do actually have an update on the delivery of that. We're looking at the next 4 to 5 weeks. When we can receive it, but then we'll also be training staff. We're going through a community naming right now for the new ice resurfacer, and we'll be looking at sponsorship for it as well.
Good. Councillor Hinchberger, please.
Thank you through you, Mayor. K013, the replacement trackless side walk plow, not the rub salt in any kind of like wound that we all feel in order to this. I don't know what our existing equipment allows us to do as far as capability and what the future will, but is there any provision with this new unit to somehow flexibility in dealing with sidewalks of different widths? I think you know where I'm going here.
Yep.
And while you're on that conversation, I appreciate Councillor Hinchberger's direction here. Are there alternatives to the use of this? That conversation was much broader than just the width of the plow itself. Is there consideration by staff about changing the standard of upkeep for sidewalks within our municipality. Because if council believes that alternative direction is a good thing for us to consider, like we need to do that in conjunction with considering the purchase of this piece of equipment. So could you speak to both as you're able, Director?
Right, thank you, and through you, Mayor Craig. So there are certainly a variety of options in terms of attachments, widths, different types of equipment, meaning one can be a trackless, one can be another provider that can be used to perform sidewalk maintenance. My understanding is there is technology out there that you can GPS a route, and it would allow you within a certain tolerance to have the device correct itself if you're getting off course. I don't know what the thresholds are, but we have had those discussions recently. Someone was aware of it, but I don't know extensively what the cost is, what the cost benefit is, all of that kind of stuff. Certainly every year we have this challenge where winter maintenance is performed in both very poor and decent conditions, and through those conditions at times and with temperatures fluctuating, we end up damaging property, typically municipal property, boulevards, all of that. And we are firmly committed to going out each year, each spring, and correcting and addressing those concerns of the community. So without knowing what the cost benefit and the tolerances of that technology is, currently what we do, we would go out and stake properties that we know are challenges, if it can be a skew in a sidewalk or a bend or something like that, to help our operators out as they're out there trying to clear things to a safe condition. To the mayor's point, we are obligated to adhere to the minimum maintenance standards that are set throughout the province in terms of how we perform maintenance, not just through the winter months, but strictly with winter months. It identifies based on the classification of a road, and that's triggered by the uses, so the volume, how often we need to maintain something, and we are required to react and respond based on the accumulation of snow, ice, a variety of conditions. There are alternatives that other municipalities, and I do not have a list of who does and who doesn't, but there are other locations within the province where they have elected to pass a bylaw, and the requirement for sidewalk maintenance does not vest necessarily with the municipality in those considerations. They've assigned that duty to the adjacent property owner, and it is their requirement to keep things cleared. So what that looks like, I can't tell you quickly now. What the impact is to our needs on equipment, staffing levels, all of that kind of stuff. Like, it would be a significant review to consider, and we would certainly have to undertake some community engagement to understand what the ramifications of that impact would be.
Councillor?
Thank you to you, Mayor. Thanks for the very detailed response. I wasn't actually thinking of buying the Roomba equivalent of a snow blower that could monitor its way. One thing I noticed, like, we stake for reasons, and I noticed that members of the public stake for reasons, and maybe an intermediate step might be to have some sort of like policy or guideline for property owners when they stake, because I just noticed like some people will put the stake literally right adjacent to the sidewalk. Well, in order to not run over the stake, you got to miss it to the right, and then you end up gouging up the other side. So that if we could collectively as a community, both the municipality and the citizens, work together to kind of put things down there, we could basically help each other, like both in terms of reducing property damage, like grass damage. The other is related to cost. And the other thing is, I think that there should be an expectations on property owners. Don't allow your adjacent property, your grass surface, to get out of the sidewalk, because you're just asking for what's going to happen in the wintertime. Thanks.
Councillor Stewart, please.
Thank you. And through you, Mayor, you mentioned something like Kitchener-Waterloo has that bylaw, and it's been somewhat successful and everything. They don't do it on major roads or anything. They really do it in subdivisions, and the savings been quite considerable. But even before you do a study and work on costs, it really is up to us to sort of talk to the subdivisions and the people just to see, because this is whole part of trying to save us some money. you know, and if there's a significant saving in the suburbs, we're not talking major roads or anything, high school, you know, directions and everything else. But I think it's worthwhile going down that rabbit hole just to take a look, because we need to start to really think long term and how we're going to save money, because we just can't keep increasing taxes all the time. Thank you.
Councillor Stanoff Gray, please.
I've lost my place in the budget, so I'll find it because I was actually looking for the project in the budget using a find because my hard copy's on my desk at home. But I did have a question for Fire Chief. We have the price of the aerial truck included in vehicles, or did I jump ahead?
Way ahead.
Never mind. Revert.
Yeah. Fire Chief, be ready. You know there's going to be a question. Councillor Blackwell, please.
Thank you. There's a couple of replacement half tons or pickup trucks in the budget this year, and they are consistently just saying, you know, it's to eliminate a seasonal lease truck if we get the new truck. I'm looking specifically, sorry, at page 218 and 219, the projects K039 and K077. I'm wondering, we've been doing this for a couple of years now, and it's constantly saying that we're eliminating a seasonal lease truck. Are we at a point where our leased truck number is down? Do we have a sense of how many we have that are leased versus purchased? And is there kind of like a point where we feel like we'll be moving on from that?
Yeah, through you, Mayor Craig. So currently we have 5 leased vehicles in the summer. Some of them are 3/4 ton to accommodate when we are towing trailers. We are working towards eliminating them. This will eliminate 2 of them. We hope in the next couple of years we would be completely through that and with all municipal fleet.
Okay, moving on to section M, cemetery.
A lot to say about that. That's a legal requirement.
It is interesting to note when our staff sends off another, I got to, like, we're selling property, so I have to sign for the columbarium or the cemetery, and it's interesting, like it's one of the most frequent things I do is, oh, there goes another cemetery or columbarium niche. It's niche anyway. Okay, airport. Councillor Kavanaugh, please.
Thank you very much. And through the chair, right now we have 0011 septic system replacement for the airport on the capital projects. I feel like the airport as a whole is something that this council is going to have to take in and sort of come to a decision on which way we're going. It costs the taxpayers about $250,000 a year to keep that airport running. And we unfortunately already know that the runway, the east-west runway, isn't long enough because to accommodate upscaling, because it would cut into Highway 21 or go over the edge of the bluff. And so we're kind of between a rock and a hard place with how we want to go with that. I was wondering if there was any interest or comment from staff about a direction from council to basically take the airport as a whole under review and bring something back, and possibly if it was worth deferring the septic system another year, because it doesn't make sense if there's going to be changes there to sink that in, or is the septic that dire to be replaced?
So through you, Mayor Craig, I'm going to tackle part of this, and I'll get Corey to comment on the necessity at this time. And so with respect to Councillor Kavanaugh's comments on a review of the airport itself, within the first quarter of this year, staff will be bringing what I would refer to as an introductory report into that notion, taking a look at the overall cost of the site, what the usership looks like, and a number of things. And that, I think, will likely let further discussions materialize and mature. But Corey, I'll turn it over to you just to comment on the need.
Yeah, through you, Mayor. The comment regarding the septic system replacement, through this year, we did have some issues with it draining properly. It is at an age where it should be replaced. We did do some patchwork, I guess you'd say. So if this was something that were to be deferred, it would be fine for 1 year.
Councillor Pranger, please.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I was wondering if you had even a ballpark amount of how much it cost us to respond to those issues in terms of staff time and materials.
$250,000.
Yeah, through you, Mayor, with the septic system, between replacement of some of the toilets in the hangar, we're somewhere in the range of $2,500 altogether for the year, that between replace a section of pipe in the weeping bed and other things, roughly that cost.
Okay, so is it, do we have concurrence that we will be deferring this? Do you want a motion? Okay, I bet you'd like to introduce a motion that we remove the or defer the septic system discussion till 2026. Or remove, you can put the word in.
Thank you very much. And through the chair, the only reason why I'm hesitate to make such a motion is I'm worried about the down the road effects of the environmental impact and what would happen by not putting in 25,000 of essentially preventative maintenance, regardless of whatever decision is made. And knowing this, it could still remain in the budget, and perhaps staff could just plan that work to be occurring in the summer or the fall. And that would give us time to get this preliminary report and see if we want to go.
We can't defer till September because we're introducing the tax. It'll be the tax bylaw that gets put in place at this point. So, Councillor Kavanagh, what is your? So, and if you choose not to make a motion, then it just stays in. Councillor Stewart, please.
I'll make a motion.
Lots of discussion going on about the airport, especially after the introductory report, plus talking to all the pilots. So let's just put this on hold until 26. So that's my motion.
Is there a seconder for the motion? Deputy Mayor, all in favor? Opposed? And that got carried, so it's deferred till 2026.
Okay.
So we have, following that, section V under general. There's the phase 2 CityWorks software implementation. Councillor Stewart, please.
Thank you. Being on the council for extended periods of time, 7-8 years now, I've seen the CityWorks software implementation. Oh, there's Adam smiling already. It's been going on for about 5 or 6 years. We bought the programs. We're trying to implement it. Just want to know when we're going to have full implementation of the program, please. Thank you.
Thank you. And through you, I can answer that question because this portion of the phase 2 is actually community services. So we've been in discussions with the consulting firm since last fall. We're anticipating this summer that we will be operational. There's we have biweekly meetings with them on a regular basis, and trying to get as many staff involved as we can. There's going to be some growing pains with it. It is a complex program, but once it's operational, and I'll be honest, we're probably looking at 12 months until everyone is feeling very comfortable with the program. But once it is operational, it's going to be a huge asset to us.
Great.
All right. Moving on, community services, parks and facilities. Any comments about the trails proposed capital budget? This is on the bottom of page 100. This is in the bottom of page 127. There's one for the red, green, and there's one for the ash tree removal. Moving on to parks, section P. Are there any comments or questions regarding the proposed capital projects for this section? Councillor Hinchberger, please.
Thank you, through your mayor. It's just a comment that I'm really happy to see Project P011 Tiverton Ball Diamond upgrades. One of the key things I remember from the provincial planning statements is the need to make complete communities. And I think Tiverton is a separate and distinct community in our municipality that needs to be made as complete as possible, and upgrading the quality of the ball diamonds out there. I can still remember once as a kid sliding into second base wearing a pair of shorts on a diamond that was like that. And I think I still have some scars. So I'm looking forward to doing that.
Councillor Stewart, please.
Thank you. And through you, Mayor, 9672, it's the McPherson Park replacement. I'm always concerned about the surface. This is where bringing it to accessibility. Is this FADS or this AODA standards? And what is the rough surface going to be? I've seen a few other parks and they're almost like concrete, you know, and they're great for wheelchairs, but they're not great for heads. So just wanted to know what the plans are for 400,000, please.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, this particular project has been in discussions with our folks with Jumpstart through Canadian Tire. When we talk about surfacing, we're looking at a combination of a rubberized surfacing, which meets FADS compliance, as does the man-made fiber wood chips, which also meet FADS compliance. So if that's the project you're referring to is 9672.
Yes.
Yeah. So that will be the surfacing that we'll be looking at for that project.
Director, thank you. I appreciate the challenges of working with multiple organizations trying to procure funding. And is it the expectation that the collaboration with Jumpstart would in effect be able to complete this park this year, or is it still a conversation in progress?
Thank you for the question. As recently as Friday, we were in conversations with Jumpstart, which is looking very positive to working with us. We're in the process of getting an MOU, which we'll have in front of council, hopefully within the next 4 to 6 weeks, which will identify we can proceed with the project this year. And there is a promise portion through Jumpstart that they will be contributing significantly to this project.
Deputy Mayor, please.
Thank you, Mayor, through you. Director, I'm just looking at sort of the update that's been provided. Am I correct that the anticipation is that there's going to be public engagement in this upcoming year for the project?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, through all projects that Community Services does that impact the public, there will be a process that includes community engagement as well as the Accessibility Advisory Committee.
And the follow-up would be the construction wouldn't be anticipated till sometime 2026, is that right?
It's too preliminary for me to commit on that right now until I have this future next meeting. We'd like to think the fall of 2025 we can proceed. So that is our goal, but it's still preliminary until we go through the negotiations of the MOU.
Councillor Pranger.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Knowing that we increased the budget for this park last year, round of budget terms, from 200 to 400,000, and then subsequently found out about the Jumpstart opportunity. And my understanding was, and as you just confirmed, Jumpstart would be a very significant contribution in terms of funding. My other understanding was that basically it could be 100% of the funding, and we wouldn't need the 400 that we put in, or could actually go back to the 200,000. Could you please just comment on that?
Certainly, and through you, when we look at this park, we look at a number of variables, and we look at the apron as well. So what I refer to that is the accessibility to the park. We've got some challenges there with the parking lot and the washrooms. So with the funding itself, obviously we want to look at the playground equipment. The challenge is also the slope of where that existing playground equipment is. But how can we safely get people and users to that park is also going to be considered. That was not part of the original scope, but with the proposed funding coming from Jumpstart, there's ability for us to take a look at that apron as well.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Williams, please.
Thank you, through you. So just so I understand, just for clarity, right now we're recommending 400,000 coming from Life Cycle and Community Benefit Fund, but that doesn't include any funding we might receive from Jumpstart, which may offset that, or is there additional costs as a result? Just want to clarify.
Through you, how I answered the previous question, we're gonna expand the scope once we get that Jumpstart money. So it's going to include how we safely get people to the park itself.
So the Jumpstart is in addition to, it wouldn't be instead of.
Correct.
Okay.
Councillor Hinchberger, please.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. It's just a comment and an observation. With the changing winters that we're having and the less snow cover on beaches and et cetera, especially down in the McPherson Park and Dunsmore Park area, we're seeing, you're probably going to need a front end loader to get the sand out of the parking lot at the basement, at the base of Lambton Street this year. So I just wanted just some input in that when the design is in, like an important part of any capital project is the operation and maintenance after it's built, and with surfaces in some cases made, choices that, I wouldn't be surprised we build something, and I'm not even sure sand fencing in the long term can solve the problem down there. That if just that we make it easier on ourselves if we end up having to annually, or we could make choices when we're designing it to make it easier to remove sand from surfaces that after something is built. It's just a comment. Do with it whatever you would.
Councillor Stewart, please.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. I noticed that we have 9609, which is playground equipment for $70,000, and that's to replace a lot of the existing equipment. And then we have our friends down at Tiverton Ball Diamond. There's another $80,000, and there's also P046. That's the Scott's Point for my fellow councillor. One of the things that I noticed that we are replacing things, we're trying to bring it up to speed, and it's my fault, not your fault, Jane. It's my fault because we really need to think about our communities. And one community that is not really benefiting from all these playground equipment is our friends down at Mystic Cove. And we really probably should think about moving some of this money, at least starting to put one or two little apparatuses, because you have Lorne Beach and Mystic Cove, and it's quite a large community with lots of kids in the school buses. I'm not sure if we can not add, but rearrange some things that we can take some of the money from this 9609 playground equipment and add a little piece or two and start our approach to Mystic Cove. I don't know if that's possible. I don't want to add more money to the budget, but it's my mistake for not including it in the initial budget for 25. Sorry.
Councillor Blackwell, you had a question? You don't have to. I thought I saw your hand up. That's okay.
Yes, thank you, through you. It's not related to playground, so that was just, I was just trying to catch myself up. I'm looking at page 260, which is project 9676, the pier safety upgrades. I had a discussion with a constituent around the parking lot reconfiguration. I'm wondering what the process or how that will be going for 2025.
Thank you, and through you, to, Mr. Mayor. Certainly, we have received the hardware in the last couple of weeks that's required to make the parking more functional. It was our goal to do it last year, and unfortunately, we had some conflicting priorities that trumped that process. And so it's our attention that that'll be operational before we get into the heavy season of spring in 2025.
Follow up, please.
Yeah, thanks. Just a quick follow-up. We had also discussed previously about a potential accessible parking spot for boaters. Would that be something that might be considered?
Correct. That's also considered.
Councillor Stanoff Gray, please.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Well, we're also on 9676. I know we have to do some ladder installations again. I guess my question would be, are we replacing the model of ladder? I understand they didn't hold up as well as we had hoped, and we need additional funds to have ladders on, I guess, in stock for when replacements are required. Thanks.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. The conversation continues with the supplier as recently as 2 weeks ago. They are sticking by the product and are working with us very diligently because they want to see it succeed as well. They're reviewing, we've sent all the damaged ladders back to them, so they do have that material with them right now, and they're getting some advice as well. So I certainly don't want to close that chapter, and it's a challenge because if you're not installing the ladders when you're doing the piers, we've got an added challenge right now, which we've inherited. So we don't have a ton of options that we can go by. So we certainly want to make this work. We're not ready to close the chapter on this, and we'll still continue to work with the supplier to see what we can do.
So we need to increase the budget for the council chairs. So it's like council lounges. I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. Councillor Steinhoff, Gray, please.
I just have one follow-up question, just so I have it right in my head. If we have the current ladders that we've had installed that were damaged with the vendor to see what they can do to make them a little more durable for the conditions of Lake Huron. I guess my question is, do we have the old ladders or something we can put in alternatively once the spring, like once the season opens up for swimmers?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the old ladders are still there. They're a rebar, which would have been installed at the time the sheet piling was done for the piers. The problem with the old ladders is that as our water fluctuates in height, is that the bottom rungs are not under the water. So the ladders that we had ordered, we were able to ensure that they went below the water surface so that if someone needed to use them and they were tired, that they would be able to pull themselves out. So the existing ladders are still there. We haven't taken those out, but they are a rebar, which would have been installed at the time of installation of the piers.
Okay, so no, there's one follow-up, and we'll go to Deputy Mayor, and we'll come back to you. Okay, Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Mayor, through you. Just wondering, Director, the funds that were approved in the spring of 2024, were they exhausted? I'm not sure whether or not I'm aware whether they were fully used at this stage.
Through you, I'm testing my memory, and I think we were fairly close to them being used. And as we had presented at the time to council, we did say it would be a multi-phase process. The amount that we have shared with you today is the exact same amount, I believe. That was also in the report that we provided to council. So I believe we depreciated what was originally in there. Maybe I'll look down the table here I'm getting the wink that was pretty darn close. So we're pretty close.
Councillor Steinhoff, Gray, please.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I guess my only follow-up question going back to the previous was, and maybe Roy has some of the answers from being on the the committee, but I'd be curious what we're doing in turn while we're waiting for those ladder extensions. Like, is there any interim actions we can take to mitigate the risk presented by the existing ladders? Because I thought we had some extensions, maybe like older extensions, so that's my remiss. Sorry.
So through you, we do have extensions for it, but you will recall that the piers are not open right now. And that's really the rationale why too, is that we can't get out there to fix those ladders or to replace them. And as I said, that's the rationale why we came to councils. We can't continue to maintain that standard of that the public expects during our winter months. So right now they're at a pause. The rungs are still there if required, but they're not ideal.
Okay, if I may, a couple of questions. One about P068 Seashore Playground. That will be out on the Seashore development.
Seashore by the lakeshore.
Seashore by the West Ridge or wherever it is. And I don't disagree that needs to be started. But is that in cooperation with the developer, or is that entirely a municipal responsibility for that?
That's in cooperation with the developer. We've met with them several times over this project. This is through the parkland dedication, is my understanding. And the rationale why we're putting it in now as opposed to in several years is we've inherited a number of developments that don't have parkland. Mystic Cove is an example, where now we have the public coming back to us and saying, where's the parkland? And so it's really hard to go back. If we can do this at the time of the development, that's what our goal is through this process of presenting it today.
The other question relates to P060, the Victoria Park rehabilitation, and the report indicated, that there's going to be some refurbishment on, planning and some refurbishment. But could you speak regarding the gazebo? Staff had identified that it is an aging structure. And I'm wondering, regardless of what our plans are for the rehabilitation of the park in general, is there a timeline staff would envision that the gazebo will not remain as a useful or safe structure? Like we know that as part of any rehabilitation, it won't be there. It won't be one of the centerpiece as it was for many years, but does staff have a timeline for a plan for the gazebo at this point, Director?
Thank you for the question. You can anticipate as part of the 2026 budget, we'll be asking for this construction of the entire footprint of this park, which includes the gazebo as well. We did have the gazebo recently have a condition assessments done on it, which we anticipate the results being presented for all those buildings on the February 26th council meeting. Which assists us with making that recommendation for 2026. So many of the projects that we bring forward to this degree are multiple year projects. And so we did the community engagement and the feedback in 2024. We'd like to proceed in 2025 with the drawings and some of those items that we recognize need some quick improvements. A lot with the gazebo is aesthetics. And then in 2026, we will ask for funds to do the full construction.
Councillor Stewart, please.
Thank you. And through you, Mayor, thanks for bringing this up. I notice if you go to page 267, the project will build from the Victoria Park designs completed in 24, targeting low-hanging items, including the fountain and the cannon. I would recommend moving forward on those two items, but the gazebo, I would leave because I think we're going to make a decision in 25 what we're going to do. And I don't see that gazebo ever staying there and it'll be rebuilt. So, but I do see the cannons and the fountains still there. So I don't know how much of this 60,000 is due with gazebo versus these other two low-hanging fruit items.
Through you, none of that is for the gazebo. That's really those low-hanging fruit items that we've identified and construction drawings.
Councillor Blackwell, please.
Thank you. Through you, I'm wondering if the director can speak about the construction drawings because we have yet to approve a design. Can you shed some light on kind of how that process might shake out?
So construction drawings will be based on what we have to date as far as concept drawings. We have the notes that we received in council in regard to looking at the northern portion for the sidewalk. Once those designs are done, we'll share those with council for review. That's to date the only direction that staff has been given. If there's other direction, then we can certainly incorporate that as well.
Councillor?
If I may, I did draft a motion specifically about this project. Would it be an appropriate time to share that now? Yeah, okay. So my motion was that we support project P060 for proceeding with tender-ready documents for Victoria Park project that focus on a scaled-back scope, including the following changes to the draft design. Repair and retain the fountain in its existing location, incorporating an accessible seating area surrounding it. Reestablish a pathway in a location that closely mimics the current pathway layout, which is that northern section. Incorporate into the overall project scope a professional arborist assessment of the current trees with recommendations for necessary removals, trimming, or replacement. and that if the project is to include historical plaques, artwork, or other interpretive features within the plan, that they include recognition of the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation as the original peoples of this land and not focus exclusively on the history of the community post-European settlement. I don't believe, Manager.
Excuse me, Will, that's the motion. Is there any seconder for that motion?
Yeah, sorry, I just need to confirm if I've sent that one to Manager Lori. Okay, I'll just copy and paste.
So the councillors presented a motion. Is there a seconder for that motion? Deputy Mayor, discussion? Councillor Blackwell, is there any further comment, or do you just want to?
Thank you, through you. I think that motion is just to reaffirm perhaps the discussion that was held at council previously and to be able to move forward with a design document that doesn't require too much potential amendments going forward. I think there was a lot of feedback from the community about retaining a lot of the existing elements and layout and feature. I did speak with many groups, including festivals and the pipe band, and they were fairly supportive of the design as long as maybe the path remained the same. So I think that would be providing the direction we need to actually move forward on this project.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor, through you. I certainly can support at this stage having a bit of a scaled back approach to Victoria Park. I think there was a lot of feedback. So I commend the engagement with the public. I think the feedback was pretty consistent with regards to having retaining some of the original features, but perhaps scaling back at this stage some of the other ideas.
Councillor Stewart?
Thank you. I agree with both my counselors. I'm just afraid that we're trying to make a little bit of a judgment right today. I think it really needs, and I agree with everyone, but we really need to sit back and figure this thing out. And maybe it's a 26 project, but it'll be a project that everyone agrees to, including the community and everything. I agree with your assessments. I agree with your assessments. I just don't want to make that quick. I don't want to spend any more money right now, other than the refurbishing of the cannon and the fountain, until we really decide the final plan.
Then do you want to pull out that 30,000? That's for the.
Yes, I would like to defer the 30,000 until 2026.
Would you like to propose a
amendment?
That wouldn't be friendly.
That wouldn't be friendly.
It's okay. You can make an amendment to the motion.
That's what's contradictory. Not what's contradictory.
How about we defer everything until even the current in the budget and the motion that was presented to the council, that we defer spending any more dollars until our 26 budget. And we have various meetings on this project for final design.
So do we need do the mover and seconder agree with those recommendations, or?
I would suggest there's two elements to the project. So one is repairing of the cannons and the fountain, which I think there's broad support for. The other would be the engineering drawings for the tender ready document. I would be hesitant to wait too long to approve preparing tender ready documents. I think it's fine to pull that from the budget now and have that come back throughout the year, because I do think there needs to be some conversation. But if we waited until the 2026 budget, then we would be potentially risking not getting that project done at all within the 2026 year, if we're then having to wait for design drawings and couldn't go out for actual tenders.
Clerk, help me out. We had a okay, so there was a motion from Councillor Stewart that we defer this the expenditure of any funds till 2026. Is that the intent of your motion, Councillor Stewart? I didn't want to put words in your mouth.
Yes, that would be the intent. We might have to do a for 26 when we finally get around it. But right now, I think it's a little premature to try to figure this thing out right now. We got other things to do, so I'll stick with my motion.
Is,
Deferring Beth's
To
motion.
defer the cost.
So it's not deferring the cost, he's deferring Beth's motion.
Which is, that's not what we're doing.
so the a deferral doesn't take a seconder?
So it does, but if he's deferring now, he's deferring Beth's motion. So either you deal with Beth's motion.
There's no debate.
Yeah, there is no debate on the defer, so. Right,
We were going to have our clerk explain this.
so we have a motion on the table from Councillor Blackwell. If the motion is to defer Councillor Blackwell's motion, then you would do that. There is no debate on a deferral. If you want to look at Councillor Blackwell's independently and say yes or no, and then go back and look at the budget item again, and you want to defer that to 2026, that's a separate motion. It's not a motion from this. So what you're doing with this, if you want to defer, what you're talking about now is Beth's motion or Councillor Blackwell's motion, pardon me.
Which would mean that we would have the motion, but we would defer it to a later date, which would likely come after the passing of our budget, where we get to decide where we spend our money. Do we need a seconder for Councillor Stewart's motion to defer? Okay, just to defer Beth's motion. Do we have a seconder to Councillor Stewart's motion to defer the proposed motion? Seeing none, okay, that motion to defer failed. So we have Councillor Hinchberger. Councillor Blackwell, could you repeat do you have the motion? Our clerk will repeat the motion.
So the motion is that council support to proceed with project P060 to create tender-ready documents for the Victoria Park project that focus on scaled-back upgrades and incorporate the following changes to the draft design. Retain and repair the fountain in its existing location, incorporating an accessible seating surrounding it. Reestablish a pathway in a location that more closely mimics that current pathway layout while retaining existing healthy and mature trees. Incorporate into the overall project scope a professional arborist assessment of the current trees with recommendations for necessary removals, trimming, and replacement planting plans. And if historic plaques, artwork, or other interpretive features remain within the plan, they include the recognition of the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation as the original peoples of this land and not focus exclusively on the history of the community post-European settlement.
Councillor Blackwell, please.
Thank you. Through you. So if there's a feeling that trying to understand maybe how much these changes might cost or how much they might change, I could look to withdraw the motion, and then we could also either choose to defer the $30,000 that's being spent on engineering for developing the tender-ready documents and have that come back at a second part where we can discuss some of these changes, if that's preferred by council.
Councillor Pranger, please.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Well, I appreciate and actually agree with a lot of the things in Councillor Blackwell's motion. And I do appreciate all the effort Councillor Blackwell has put into discussing this with people and groups and coming up with this. I personally would maybe change a few things slightly. And so it feels like we haven't had a chance to discuss whether this is the exact perfect way to go. Well, nothing's perfect, you know what I mean? Exact right way to go about it. And so then just saying yes to this proposal without having an opportunity to discuss more as a full council, I think might be a mistake. I would prefer some more time to consider this more fully with everyone's voices being heard.
So I personally would not support it because the thing is, we did have public consultations. There was all sorts of consultation opportunity, and the recommendation from our professional landscape guy was, you know, the fountain is best used somewhere else. There were a whole bunch of recommendations. He didn't he didn't just arbitrarily put the trails in because he, I want to really annoy council, so we'll put them in someplace else. There was logistical reasons why he did that. So I concur with your suggestion that even though I agree with the broad purpose, there are some parts of it, like refurbishing a fountain. It's not the original one. It's there are maybe some original stones or something, but it's been refurbished a bunch of times. So we need to have some conversation from my perspective, but I'm not fully understanding the effect of what's going to happen to the project if we pass Councillor Blackwell's motion. So I would really appreciate, I don't think we're going to finish this conversation today. I would like to have opportunity for our director to present to us, as you're able. If we do it this way, this is what happens. If we do it, if we respond to Councillor Blackwell's motion, this is what happens. But there are decisions we do need to make, absolutely. Councillor Steinhoff-Gray, please.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I'm in alignment that we need to have a discussion. I just wanted to acknowledge that a lot of the comments that were reflected by Councillor Blackwell, I've also heard from the community. I'm not sure why those voices didn't participate in the mechanisms that were afforded them. There has been a strong voice in the community that I'm not going to ignore just because they didn't go to the platforms that were given. That being said, I'm also not ready to make a motion on this. So I do think it's something that we have to discuss and understand the pros and cons of each approach. What I would like to understand is if there's anything that could be impacted by it being, if put on hold from this budget, for example, if we have to have replacement parts for the fountain or those things where the ordering price is going to go up and we're going to use them, we aren't aware necessarily the way we put it, or if we can just put it back where it was. I'm very cognizant of material costs and the increase of the material costs as you told me. So is there anything that we could be ordering that we know is not going to be changed as we move forward and what we really want? Like if we know we're definitely doing the fountain, I'm not going to increase those costs that come in 2026 if I can realize them. I could. So just, it's do matter if we think that the community value would be better later, fine. But I'd like to understand it before just a better. So I'd look at the director for that.
We have our next proposed budget meeting 2 weeks from today. Does that afford our director opportunity to find out some of this information that council is asking? Will you have, if we have directed questions from councillors to yourself, director, or opportunity to have the conversations? I'm not sure what I know that we, as it'll cost X number of dollars to refurbish the cannons one way or the other. It'll cost X number of dollars to refurbish the fountain if it's in the same place. So those are some of the costs I believe that Councillor Steinhoff-Gray is interested in establishing, so that we can take advantage of the pricing this year rather than the pricing next year. So if we could find out some of those details, and if we could understand better from yourself, this is why we're doing the project in the way that we're proposing to do it, and I don't know the effect of what Councillor Blackwell's motion's gonna have, so I want staff to be able to do what they need to do so that our community does the best it can do. So, Director, if you would, please.
Thank you, and through you. And if I've captured everything that's been said, I hope I have. Staff have been actively working at the repair/replacement of the fountain and are confident with pricing as well. The cannon refurbishment is along the wheels. We're looking at methods that it's going to reduce the vandalism that we keep inheriting with the wheels being kicked off. In regard to Councillor Black, in regards to your request for those additions, that doesn't really impact the budget for 2025. It's 2026 when we go to construct it. Certainly, I do have concern delaying the construction drawings because that doesn't happen overnight. That's many months of gathering that content and gathering that information. And if it's council's desire to include another opportunity for community engagement as part of that construction process, as part of getting those drawings done, then we can certainly add that to the budget. It will add to the budget as certainly cost, because I can tell you we did add an additional community engagement in 2024 as part of the project because we recognize the fact that the community was divided. So the budget, I'll be honest, was over, and that was because we included that community engagement. So there is a cost for that. I do have concerns pausing it because really, if we pause it for 2025, construction isn't going to happen until 2027 because there is process and there's time lapses that happens within there.
What's the rush?
Councillor, please.
Thank you. Through you, one of the things is that my understanding was the elements that I proposed aren't necessarily out of the blue, that they were actually the feedback that was already heard by the consultant, but just not included necessarily in the draft design that came to council, but it would have been something that would be influencing what the tender-ready documents would look like. Is that accurate? Like in terms of the fountain location and the path location?
Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm prepared to answer that question because I'm not sure if I captured it 100%, but
Then through you, if it's appropriate, I'd like to withdraw my motion from the floor at this time.
Councillor Pranger.
Thank you, through your chair. What I'm seeing is in this capital budget, we have asked for 60,000 for engineering costs. I want to see personally engineering drawings that reflect as closely as possible the final product. I don't want to be having engineering drawings done up and then changing them 2 or 3 times. That costs more money as well. So I would like an opportunity as council to discuss the best path forward of getting to that point this year. So I don't mind leaving the 60,000 in the budget for consideration right now. But we need to make a decision about when we can meet or if discuss this and ask staff to hold off initiating that process until we have come to that decision. Therefore, we need to make the decision as soon as possible based on what our director said, getting the process going. If we don't do it soon, we'll end up in 2027, right? So right now, I say we just leave it in the budget and we need to figure out how to communicate with staff exactly how we want to proceed with it.
Councillor Stewart, please.
Through you, Chair. Yeah, I agree. When the consultant actually presented his plan of Victoria Park, it didn't go over with the council very well, and we didn't really accept the cost or even the plan. So what I'm afraid of, and I think you're sort of hinting at it, is that we don't want staff to move ahead with that plan until you hear back from us in the community. I have no problems going with a plan that's the community and council accept it and approved, but I don't want to really move ahead with the consultant's plan at this particular time because I think we didn't really vote, we voted no for it. Yeah, so we need to do our work with the community. So I agree, you can leave this 30 or the 60,000 into it, but let's make sure we do our work first. And when we do a plan, it's the right plan for everybody. Thank you.
Councillor Williams, please.
Thank you, through you. And I might just add to Councillor Stewart and Pranger's comments. From what I understand, the 60,000, it includes a little bit of refurbishment work and then the engineering plans, but I think that we do need to have a lot of conversations because right now the sticker shock is in 2026 when there's $700,000 that they're asking to commit to refurbishment or to rejuvenating or revitalizing the park. And so I think the 30,000 to do kind of the initial work that needs to be done to keep things safer and decent repair, plus the 30,000 to be able to do the drawings isn't a really important part for this year.
Okay, we are going to pause for lunch. We have a counselor who has a half-hour time commitment. So we are, that gives you time to snag some lunch. Away you go. We will reconvene at 25 after 12. Thank you. Thank you for your comments this morning. There's no, yeah.
Great. Just want to make sure.
Was there something that
No.
So
Okay, folks, we ready to go? Yeah.
Where are you talking now?
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to reconvene this special council meeting. Thank you to staff for arranging lunch here. That's excellent. We are on page 128 of your budget manual, beginning section R under facilities. I'm wondering if there are any questions or comments regarding the proposed capital budget for
You haven't finished the other one? We were.
Okay, apparently we're not done park. So we were in section P, which is 128 on the capital budget. Are there any other items? Any other items that council members would like to comment upon? Councillor Prenger, you better have an item here, so.
It'd be good.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Product P062 at the dog park. It's on page 269 of the binder. I have sort of like a 2 or 3 prong question, but they all build on each other, just so you know. So I've noticed some work's already been done in the new year, this year, so that's wonderful. It looks like some repairs on the gates and the sign is back up. So the first part of my question would be, was that part is just operating budget? That's just general? Okay, thank you. I see nodding heads. So I'll just say for everybody listening that yes, that's not coming out of this $15,000 budget. The second thing is that it says, oh yes, so I'll just note that this has been taken out of the budget for a few years now, so I'm really glad to see it back in. It's a very small project but a needed one, I think. The dog park is very well used and deserves a little love right now. So yes, at the front entrance by the driveway and the parking, it can get pretty muddy and gross at times. So there's some improvements to be made to clear that up. I noticed that a pathway from the parking has also been added, which is interesting. Just to note, it says at the bottom that it does meet FADs, but in your note it says it doesn't. So you might want to fix that. Instead of doing concrete, which is more expensive, and I actually don't know if concrete would be the best thing at that gate entrance. I don't personally think it would. I actually think that a drainage underlay, like the interlocking mud control stuff that you use in barnyards and whatnot, a small area of that could probably potentially get rid of that issue permanently, whereas just putting in some gravel would still get mucky and soft and muddy. So you might want to, I'm hoping something like that, which is a little more in-depth and permanent in terms of solution rather than a one-year solution is thought about. And I was wondering if, it doesn't mention it here, so I was just wondering if any of this $15,000 includes considering a vehicle gate on the east side of the fence, since damage was done to the existing gates trying to get in and out. I think that could be very advantageous to avoid the situation in the future. I'll let you answer that.
Yes, thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, it does include a vehicle gate so that we can get the chipper in there easily. Okay.
And I noticed that some repairs have been done in the rear gate already, and the fence along there. It's in the snow, it's really hard to see. Is there any improvements planned in the back entrance?
No, not at this time.
Thank you. I'm really looking forward to seeing this project go forward, and thank you for the clarifications.
Further questions regarding any items in the parks capital budget? So moving on to section R under facilities, any questions regarding the proposed capital budget for or facilities? Councillor Stewart, please.
A progressive and sizable part of our capital budget, bringing in 1.5 million from carry forward to 3.6 and 5.1. And Mike has assured me that it's going to be done. And, you know, because we have been carrying a lot of stuff from the facility. So thank God, but make sure you don't kill yourself trying to do it. Couple of things I'd like to ask about is this 9641. Lighthouse repainting. Yeah, since I was around last term, I think the last 8 years, we have spent just under $2 million on this lighthouse, doing windows, replacing the siding. We've already painted the turret within the last 5 years. I'm not sure where that company is, but I'd like to talk to them again. You know, nothing personal, but you know, constantly spending $260,000 on a landmark that probably needs a little bit of work. Mike has told me that the foundation might need a little bit of upgrading too. We have to be careful. And, you know, I'm a little disappointed that we get some painting job and 5 years later got to repaint it or it'll fall off. I guess the question is, and I'm not the man to do the job, say, well, let's just close it and get rid of it because it is a landmark of ours. But, you know, we do have to be careful what we consider and what we're willing to put in, because I think this thing is well into $1 million to $2 million quite easily in the last 7 or 8 years, which is unacceptable as far as I'm concerned. Anyways, I'm not sure if the council really feels like, you know, if you don't paint it, it falls off. Well, you know, just make sure we get the right painting company this time. The other one is 9704, which is the Tiverton washroom accessibility renovations. A little concerned about that because, you know, I go there quite often, member of the Lions Club. We also do the food booth and everything else. I'm a little worried about what they're planning to do. I understand those washrooms could use a little bit of an uplift, but I don't think people realize those washrooms are closed during the summer. You know, the accessibility is not Davidson Center. The accessibility during the day, most of the time the doors are locked. You know, we do have a childcare program going on and they insisted. So I'm worried about spending that kind of quality of money and having a lift station too, for an adult lift station where that place is probably closed probably 60% of the time. So why are we sort of spending that kind of money? Not saying we don't want to spend money, but that kind of money on a facility that's really non-accessible really most of the time. Could you please help me out, Jay?
Thank you. And through you, through AODA, we are required to ensure our facilities are accessible by 2025. And here we are in 2025, and I can confidently say that our facilities are far from accessible. This is probably the easier out of all of them into ensuring it is accessible. So hence the reason why we're presenting this today. And actually, this was a carryover from last year. We will be working with the AAC, working with an architect to ensure that design is accurate. We looked at in enhancing the existing washrooms that we have in there now. We would be losing stalls, and ensuring its compliancy with FADS was too extreme, too difficult. And this was the most economical out of the two options.
So just to follow up, if you don't mind, I just don't understand that, you know, we don't have a lot of, so where is an accessible washroom 24/7 in Tiverton? I don't think there is one. So, you know, it's great to have all these accessible washrooms, but people won't be able to use them. You know, it'd be almost better off to have one accessible washroom that's open 24/7. You know, I'm not sure what to say about this. Having facilities that are not open 24/7, or at least majority of the time, yes, we're meeting a standard, but we're not meeting the commitment really of the community, because when people come to Tiverton, they can't use any of the washrooms because they're all locked up.
Councillor Stanoff Gray, please.
Thank you, through Chair. Just a question, and it might not be an easily answered one, but one of the reports that had been put in front of us showed just how much more recreational indoor and outdoor facilities we have as a municipality in comparison to a lot of other municipalities. And so I'm just curious if there would be any funding available that we could apply for to assist us with some of these things, because to Councillor Stewart's point, we're trying to have complete communities, but those buildings aren't necessarily accessible all the time. You know, we're obviously hoping to get to a point where we can run programs all the time. We're not there yet, so I'm curious if there is anything available to us or middle ground there. I'm not suggesting we take this off the budget. I'm just trying to understand as we go forward, because when I saw the numbers between what we maintain versus some of our counterparts, I was surprised at how much more we have.
Thank you, and through you. As grant funding becomes available, and if we have capacity through an administration, then we do apply. It's not a tremendous amount that we see a lot for accessibility. There are two that tend to jump to the top. The Rick Hansen is one of them, and I can't think of the name for the second one. But if we have capacity, which, you know, my concern with capacity right now from an administration point of view, then we do apply, but they're seldom through accessibility options available.
So one of the definition challenges even in presenting this is the difference between open and accessible. Because the building is there and it might not be open, and that's a different policy and direction of council. But once the door is open, then the amenities inside the building do have to be accessible to people of all abilities. So whether it's to make the changes, get 100% value for them, then we need the building open 24/7, but that's a whole different question. So I support the changes to upgrade the washrooms to provide services for as many of our community as we can, but we start here and then we address the different policies later to address the openness of our facility. Different question. Deputy Mayor, please.
Thank you, Mayor, through you. I actually just wanted to really commend staff for working towards the Accessibility for Ontario's with Disability Act. We are legislatively required, as you've heard, to ensure that our facilities are accessible. So while I hear and understand the question, whether or not they are open, as the mayor has stated, the point is that we are working to ensure that we're compliant with our provincial mandated legislation. So I commend the staff for working towards that and working with the Accessibility Committee in that regards.
Councillor Hinchberger, please.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Got too many books open here. I can't even find the mic. The longer term, I hear what Councillor Stewart's saying, and longer term, I don't know how the urban planning in Tiverton managed to evolve, but should, in the idealized world, a Tiverton Community Center come to fruition, this might be an opportunity to consolidate a lot of things in that general area of Tiverton. I once joked to somebody that on a per capita basis, Tiverton is the public washroom capital of Canada, because if you took if you stood roughly near the front diamond and looked in a 400-meter radius, you'd have public washrooms at the library, public washrooms at the ball field, public washrooms at the building the Lions clubs in, public washrooms at W.E. Crawford, and public washrooms at the Tiverton Sports Center. So there's a number of us that have a long-term vision that say we should be fortunate enough to go ahead with a community center. That would result in a consolidation and reduction in a whole lot of this other stuff that's going on, and ultimately drive extended hours of operation that would help accessible line better up with open. So,
Councillor Stewart.
Thank you. To continue on that sort of flare and through you, Mayor, is that, spending some time, and I'd like to thank Mike during the Silver Stick, the arena was in great shape, and because, we just had thousands of people there, it was great. The only problem is that we're doing the washrooms. Of course, I already told you the building's not open half the time or anything, but we don't have any accessibility to the ice. We don't even have accessibility to anyone in the stands. We don't even have accessibility for a wheelchair person to have a ramp to see the thing from inside the area. So, we're going to have the nicest accessibility washrooms, but they won't be able to watch their kids play hockey. So, you know, like we have to be careful. You just can't do one. You almost got to do a bunch. Like we need to get a ramp, even a wooden ramp that wheelchairs can wheel up there and look through the windows at the hockey rink. There's no way you're going to do it in the bleachers. It's just probably going to be too expensive. But, you know, if we're going to do accessibility, let's do it right. Let's do it right through from, because there's no point having people just coming and say, we got great washrooms, but I can't see the game. You know, so, you know, if we can start working hand in hand, I think we'll be okay. Because right now you would have to lift them up and put them on a bench. Thank you.
Councillor Blackwell, please.
Thank you. Through you, I was just going to actually follow up on that point that one was constructed at the Davidson Center, I believe. A viewing platform was constructed. Accessibility, is that something that could feasibly be done in Tiverton as well?
Thank you for the question. Through you, there is one at the Davidson Center. And I don't disagree with Councillor Stewart. This is one very small portion of accessibility that we are attempting to complete. It is massive on the accessibility components that we need to consider within the municipality. And we as staff approach council in a fiscally responsible direction in at least starting to check some of these elements off. But I think we're on the same page. We know that we still have a long way to go.
Further questions about proposed facilities capital expenses? Councillor Blackwell, please.
Thank you. Through you, I'm just looking at page number 297, project 9705. It is the ramp renovation outside of the Davidson Center. I'm just wanting to confirm, I was expecting that there was actually additional funding needed for this project. Just wondering if we can confirm that. Right now it's sitting in the budget at $73,800.
Thank you for the question, and through you, I'm glad you brought this forward because, excuse me, we had a conversation last week. So this with Treasury, when we did these sheets 2 months ago, we didn't have the price. We now have the additional price for this. It's an additional $84,000 to complete this project that we're asking for this year. And maybe what I'll do is I'll let Mike have the mic behind me, and he can explain a little bit more about why the project has escalated so much, keeping in mind it's a 50-year-old facility.
Sure, and through you, Mayor Craig, the project when we initially started it was going to just be a resurfacing of the ramp that exists on the outside of the Davidson Center. When the contractor got into the project, he quickly learned that that wasn't going to be feasible. The deterioration of the concrete actually inside that first layer was beyond what was easily fixable just by resurfacing the ramp surface. We brought in an engineer to determine what the next steps would be, and this pricing is as a result of what the engineer has prepared for us. Basically, what we'll need to do is we won't be re-pouring a whole new ramp, but we'll need to remove the wall with the railing, if you're familiar with the area, because it holds basically brine water in the wintertime when we salt that ramp, which is causing the ramp deterioration to accelerate. So we'll be removing that wall and replacing it with a railing, and then they'll also be pouring a couple more pillars underneath the ramp decking and then improving the decking surface itself. So the project has expanded quite a bit, but we are still working within the confines of a repair right now.
Director, could you please confirm the number then? We have, as Councillor Blackwell said, a number of 73,000. Is there a new number that we should include in that line, please?
Yep, staff have received an additional amount, and keeping in mind we're continuing to work with Garland, who this council is familiar with. They've presented to you in the past. It's an additional $84,000 to complete that project.
Councillor Stewart, please.
Thank you. And with that in mind, through you, Chair, would it be better to remove that ramp from where it is because you're asking people to come out through the front door? That'll be an exit plus the ramp. Any consideration? It sounds like the ramp needs to be rebuilt from top to bottom. Would it be better to put it in the back, put it in the side? You know, it's really accessible to the second floor. I'm just wondering if that was any consideration instead of forcing everyone through the front part.
Yeah, the existing location of that ramp meets building code and therefore required to have it in that area.
Councillor Stewart, please.
Yes, I'd like to move over to the Tiverton Sports Center. R127 and R134. 134 is the board's replacement. We talked about this and we thought that, maybe we were going to get, and we were applying for funding from the infrastructure funding. We were talking about the boards plus the floor. Because, replacing a compressor and chiller replacement, if you're going to replace the floor, you might have different specifications and everything. And the boards probably need replacing. And we also talked about if you're going to replace the boards, you might as well replace the floor. And we talked about the building probably having another 50 years. So it'd be worthwhile because we've had first 50 years with it okay. And if you're going to replace the floor, I'd put a laser thing in there. And I'll tell you about that later. How are we doing on the funding? Have we heard one way or the other? Because we only seem to be replacing the boards and the chiller and the compressor. Shouldn't we be doing all three, including the floor at once? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Through you, I'm really glad you asked this question because a lot has developed since we did these sheets 2 months ago. I'm going to back up a bit just to give you a broader picture of what I'm referring to. We've recently completed the first draft of the conditions assessment report. So we did all of our facilities within the municipality. We've had a conditions assessment and that'll be coming forward on the February 26th council meeting.
Okay.
We took it a next step further in the interim, and we actually reached out to an engineering firm to come in and do a full assessment, a thorough assessment of the Tiverton Sports Center, which is a 35-year-old facility, and the Davison Center, a 50-year facility. They are currently working on a report which is more encouraging than what I had anticipated, and we anticipate them coming to council closer to the end of Q1 of this year to present their findings. The Tiverton Sports Center out of both facilities is the one that definitely needs more attention, and we knew that than the Davison Center. And with this, they will be coming forward with some recommendations, and they are going to speak about the full refrigeration plant with this. Absolutely, it will prolong the years that this building continues to sit. It is, I'll be honest, it's a little surprising that we are looking at some of these replacements for a 35-year-old facility. But I can also share with you through our investigation of coming to today, the same report was prepared 12 years ago with the same recommendations. So this isn't new. This facility needs some work. But I am encouraged by the results that we've seen so far. And so we share with you this information today because this needs to be done, but it's quite possible there may need to be some additional items for consideration that we will be requesting once we see the full depth of the report coming forward.
Then we have 3 projects. This is interesting. We have compressor, chiller. We have board replacement, probably should do the floor, but that's not on here. And then we have the washrooms too. So, it is interesting. We're spending well over or close to $1 million on everything. Once again, as the mayor says, you don't want to defer this because then nothing gets done in 25. But the report's coming out. It's going to be really interesting what our engineers think about the building. Might change our mind what we want to do, but it sounds like it's very encouraging that old building might be around for another 50 years because I thought the building was older than 35 years.
No.
So only 35? Okay. Anyways, I'm not sure what to do with all this. I guess we'll just leave it until we have our next meeting. And because I don't want to spend money if we have to replace the whole thing because that's only 20 million to 30 million. Thanks.
I hope council is as encouraged by the report as I am so far.
Good.
Further questions regarding facilities? Next, community recreation programs. There's the convert manual backstops to power operated unit sets for lifting and lowering the basketball nets at the Davidson Center. Moving on to fire department. We have the proposed capital budget for fire department. Any questions regarding these items? Wasn't there, I'm sorry, you had a question. Councillor Steinhoff Gray.
I just wanted to look at the one line item because obviously it carries an extensive cost with the replacement of the aerial apparatus. And I was just curious if you could help me understand how that impacts our insurance and also where we would need that. Like I guess there is a larger apartment building now by No Frills, but when I think aerial, I think extended heights and maybe I'm remiss here. I just, based on our current infrastructure, I just wasn't sure if we actually needed it, but I could be wrong, and that's okay.
Through you, Mayor Craig. So there's a fire underwriter's report. So that's what essentially establishes the insurance rates based on what fire protection you deliver. So it stated back, and whatever year it was completed, that we are at the point in the municipality where one is required. So from the fire underwriters, and it has to do with number of buildings over 3 stories in height and whichever. So we use that not just for elevation or rescues, but it's also a large water source that can come from above. It does technical rescues. So it services a lot of different uses from that. So unfortunately, the current apparatus is 26 years old. So like any 26-year-old vehicle, we need it to work because it's a fire truck right away. It's been working quite well, but it's aged. So it's beyond its what we would call its useful service life. 15 years is for a frontline fire truck. We can do 20 years in rural. This is and well beyond that. But it is used all the time. It runs calls. So hopefully that answers it.
Yeah. Councillor Kavanaugh, please.
Thank you very much. And through the chair, you mentioned that it's required for a community of our size. Where would be the next closest to communities with aerials?
Mayor Craig. Saugeen Shores has one device right now. Wingham also has one device. I believe Goderich does as well from that in Hanover. So we would be the 4 or 5 from the community for that.
Councillor Stewart, please.
Thank you. I hope I'm not too long-winded. I apologize. My son's a firefighter. And so firefighting is always an interest to me. One of the things I want to talk to you about is U009 is the mini pumper. You put $450,000. Here it is. So you guys all listening? I'd increase that budget by about $100,000, Guy. And why I would increase it? I was looking at some of these new pumpers coming in from Europe that almost look like wider wheels and everything else that can go on these wildfires and go on things. I would say that would be a better pumper going forward for us than just a standard little mini pumper. And I believe the gallonage here is large enough that it does qualify for us, because I think it's is it 100 gallons or something like that? There's a certain qualification, but on these mini pumpers that are coming from Spain are about 650,000. When I saw them at the show, they would qualify as a pumper truck. So, you might want to take a look at that. So increase your budget, but give us a far better apparatus long-term. The other one is the 005, the replacement aerial truck. And you're absolutely right. You need an aerial truck inside your fleet, but you don't need to own it. You can actually do a long-term license with Saugeen Shores, and that would still allow us to qualify if we wanted to go that way. But you also can do 3 other things. Saugeen Shores needed a new aerial truck, so they went out there and bought a used one from the States. And it was about 6 or 7 years old, and it's about 6 or 7 years old now. So we want to take a look at that option. 2.4 for an aerial truck is expensive. We don't use it as much. We used it quite a bit when we lost the pumper in the ditch. We used it as transportation. But other than that, so you could look at maybe looking at a fairly new, secondhand one. There's also, have you taken a look at, because these trucks don't get a lot of mileage on them, have you taken a look at refurbishing this truck and looking at the cost of refurbishing it and bring it into the fleet? Because technically, we don't need to own our own aerial truck to meet all the standards. We can have a long-term agreement with Saugeen Shores if worse comes to worse. So it's nice to have, but we also have to consider the budget at 2.4, and maybe we can find some sort of savings there. But then again, I'm willing to step up for a mini pumper to give you that flexibility on wildfires and everything. They're a little fatter wheels and everything else. It's a bigger vehicle. The other thing is this drone emergency management. Do we have it presently? That's a U027. Do we have a drone right now? Or do we use a drone, and who operates a drone? I'm not quite sure what this really meant. Could you explain that to us?
Through you, Mayor Craig, we currently do not have a drone, pardon me, at this point.
So you're looking at buying a drone for $50,000?
As follow-up, the drone itself is not 50. That's the drone itself is a little bit less, but that's all the components that go with it for the training. So this is a grant that's 100% funded through the emergency management grant. So we would only be getting it at this point if the grant came through. Although it's a very useful device that I would be recommending in the next years anyway coming through. But right now this would be funded totally through the emergency management grant.
Okay. Could you maybe help me out with the other two that I was talking about?
We'll be having another capital budget meeting, and you maybe need an opportunity to do some research or to refine, make sure you have the right answer. Councillor Steinhoff, great, please.
Just as a point of clarification, because Councillor Stewart had returned to the aerial apparatus, I know he made reference to the fact that we could potentially share. We don't have to have our own, but in sharing, it feels to me like you'd have a delay in your ability to respond because you need to get it from who you're borrowing it from. Could you just give me an idea of how many events we required that use case for? Just, I think it would be good in all of our minds before we revisit this topic again.
Mayor Craig. So at the moment, I don't have the exact numbers, but I will make sure that I have the amount of calls it ran and also the amount of calls it would have had to have run to. So you'll have exactly what those numbers are. And I guess I'll just comment a little bit on the shared. We would also require the Saugeen Shore would do that for us because that would unprotect them from an area. I've never heard that we could do it this way. So that's something I would have to research to understand if that would not reduce our fire underwriter surveys rating.
I just want to be clear that me asking that question doesn't mean to share one. So I wanted to understand. Thank you.
Councillor Prenger, you had a question?
Thank you, through you, Mayor. First, congratulations, Fire Chief Gallant. Bill wants you to spend money and he's willing to help you do that. I think
That's amazing. Isn't it?
Yeah.
Take advantage of that.
Just a couple things. The U026, the extractors PPE, I think this is a great initiative. The health and safety of our firefighters and first responders in general. I mean, first responders have a higher probability of developing cancer due to the exposures that they have, and this is one great way to try to mitigate some of that. So I just thought I'd put that out there so everyone listening can hear. It's not I'm not saying anything against it. Sorry. And then the I forget the project number, but back on the drone project, I just happened to have come across some information and done some research on this, not in firefighting specifically, but for use by first responders. And again, when we're putting safety first and making that a priority, this is actually a great opportunity to take advantage of a grant that would fully fund it and benefit our community. Thank you.
Councillor Stewart, please.
Thank you. Just to fill in that, we actually have a mutual agreement. So we use other people's equipment over in our northeast side between Teeswater and ours. So this sort of thing has been because I believe the aerial truck sits in Tiverton or in Kincardine. So, if it had to go to the north part, actually, I hate to say it, Saugeen Shore is a little closer than we are. But that's up to you to bring back. The other two things I'd like to ask you is 9039 and 9040. The compressor replacement in the communication equipment, that was budgeted way back. And I believe the R4Ps were out. What happened? Why isn't that? Is that in the shop yet? Or is this, I'm a little surprised that these two things are still showing up. That should have been spent already. I believe there was R for Peace that went out and you actually had some bids and they were supposed to be purchased during the summer. So I'm a little bit confused. And with this compressor and the mast, does this replace all the masts? Because at one time we were talked about replacing it over 3 years. Getting a new compressor, but replacing the mast over 3 years. So just help me out with those two things about why isn't the compressor and communication equipment in the shop already? Thank you.
Through your Mayor Craig, so I'll try to answer all those questions as I can. Some of these projects do predate me. So when I arrived here, the compressor project was out for RFP at the time. So in through, I guess, my learning the systems and going through things, it was awarded. We've been meeting with the contractor, so it should be in place by the end of this quarter. So there's actually an update on my quarterly report coming for that. The remainder of the amount of funds is for our SCBA, which is self-contained breathing apparatus. So the SCBA that we have here would no longer be to standard. They're still technically compliant because of how NFPA works, but it only delivers 22 minutes of breathing air, where the standard now is 45 minutes. So this really puts us at a disadvantage if we're doing rescues or any kind of interior work. We're the only department in Bruce County that still uses this standard. So it really puts us at a disadvantage. So that other 3.25 is actually for the SCBA for replacing the majority of it, because we actually need those. That's become, in my opinion, a fairly big life safety issue for our firefighters and our residents. That would not quite all. There would still be a little bit more coming for the next year because it's a large item. So to your point, we're working with our neighbors, because if there's a large purchase coming up, I'd like to try to purchase with them to try to make any efficiencies and make sure that we're compatible. The compressor replacement shows 125, but I'm quite confident now that we're going to be probably in around the $90,000 range. So we're actually going to get that in a little bit lower as well. On the communications equipment, the repeaters, the original amount asked for was 4. We've established that we only need 2. So that amount has been also issued as a RFQ. So that work should be getting done by the end of the first quarter on that. And then there's some other radios and things that are coming at that point. So again, in process.
Yeah, Councillor Stewart.
Yes, thank you very much. Those great updates. We used to have a little understanding with Public Works. There's Adam. When we had a little bit of surplus and something that was already approved, it looks like your compressor's coming in at 90,000 and we had approved 125. We might want to consider putting that into new mask and add that to the 325 and get them all done. A lot of times we like the savings, but since we already budgeted and we know we're going to have additional cost, you might want to consider, and it sounds like the equipment, instead of 4, the communication might be 2, so there might be some savings of that 80,000. So in the next meeting, you might want to consider increasing and buying all those masks if it's warranted. Thank you.
Further questions regarding the proposed firefighter capital budget? Fire Chief, yes.
If I may ask a question. The washroom renovation is something I did want to bring up because it's been slated, again, a project that started before my time, has to do with accessibility. There is a lack of washrooms for the female firefighters in the Kincardine station. So this was a project that was brought on. As I've looked at it, $150,000 is a lot of funds for that. Where it had gone through with the architects is that this would also take over some of the office space that we have, which we have limited office space. So I guess just to inform council that this would be kind of the worst case scenario. I am going to be looking at a different design that hopefully would come in less than that. But I just wanted to make council aware that I think this should be improved and could be done differently than that. So I'm not sure if there's a question, but I just wanted to make that point so that I'm not sure how procedurally it works.
It's just an update. Thank you. Councillor.
Thank you. I'm glad you brought that up. That was one of the other things. We're talking about the washroom behind the wall, correct? Or for the volunteer fire department. Like we only have a washroom, I say, outside the wall that's handicapped, correct? Accessibility for the public.
through you, Mayor Craig. I believe
Yeah,
I believe
I'm
both of
agreeing with
those-
you. I'm agreeing
Yeah,
with
I believe
you
both of
is
those
like,
qualify.
how many firefighters do we have that need full accessibility to a washroom? So if you want to come back next meeting to talk about what you're talking about, I could probably agree to it because, you know, we're building a washroom and a shower unit for totally accessibility. And I'm not sure how many staff members we really have that, you know, it's the kind of profession that, you know, you unless you're fully, and not everyone even meets that a certain level. So I'm worried about, you know, spending all that money where we already have accessibility washrooms for the public. We could maybe cut back and maybe save your office space. So feel free to come back and play with that if you want to. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments regarding the proposed capital expenses. There are some questions that I'm sure you have about some of the projects that we've talked about, and there's opportunity for council and staff to have those conversations. At this point, we hard to say we're ahead of schedule here. There's opportunity. I know that some council members had questions, operating budget, capital budget. What about this? What about that? Do we need to do this? Are there any questions, you know, seeking staff's concurrence as well, trying to work our way through the proposed budget, the draft budget? Are there any questions that councillors have regarding either capital or operating budgets? Have we thought about doing this? Should we have done that? This is the opportunity. There's going to be in 2 weeks when we have our final, but well, not hopefully proposed final budget. We will, you know, this is the time to ask questions that if there's clarity you need about something, give staff some opportunity to do the research and bring back an informed answer. Councillor Williams, you had a question?
Thank you through you. My question might be more around process for the next meeting. I know during this meeting right near the end of the discussion, there was a couple of points raised about, you know, an additional 84,000 for the DC ramp, some studies that we've received more information on around like the Tiverton Arena, and what staff's next steps might be to incorporate any additional information that would help to inform our decision around capital budgets and like what that process looks like, or if what we're looking at now is it, and if there's any additional changes later, then what does that kind of mean?
Staff has heard a number of suggestions, recommendations about a lot of things. Should staff come forward and say, well, this renovation is, you know, the budget was X. If you want us to do X, Y, and Z, it's going to be this amount. Which do you want us to do? So we're, at this point, we haven't directed, for example, Director Jagielski, we haven't directed her to say, build an accessible ramp at the Tiverton Sports Center. If we wanted her to do that and are able to fund that, that's okay. But if not, it will come back in the report that the directors have, you know, we talked about this. If you want to do the extra, the safety cross at Broadway Street, if you want to do it like this is how much the extra budget is. Roxana, please. I think I'm going to be chastised here for a moment. That's all right.
My interpretation of the question was slightly different, so if I'm incorrect, let me know. But there are additional reports and studies coming forward from different condition assessments and other reports that might be coming through the departments from engineers. And those may not be available prior to the budget deliberation process being completed. And so normally what would happen is that those studies would come back, and then either those projects would be amended if they were approved in the existing budget and there's a different scope or different amounts that would be required, different costs, or they would just be brought forward in a 2026 budget. But we could always do a budget amendment within the year if there's some new information that has come to light.
Yeah, sure, because she's really smart. Also, you know, Roxana's answer, we do have access to reserve funds whereby we are able to make some amendments to the, you know, reasonable amendments to the budget through the year. Councillor Stewart, please.
Thank you. If we wanted to have 100% approval, it'll never happen. That's why, we go for a pretty well 95 to 96, and then we play around with the rest for the year. One of the things, it's not right now we want to talk about, but there was 2 delegations that we need to talk about, and I'd like to talk about them at the next meeting. One of them was the restaurant, and I think who gave that to us? Was it Jill that gave us the report?
Yeah, you mean Daryl Perry?
Yeah. Someone gave us a report about the cost of the Roxana, you gave us a report. Plus, we also want to talk about, or I like to talk about, is the park from the Lions. So I'm thinking of doing some funding, but I think we're going to wait till the next meeting and we'll bring that up. But I just wanted to say that we haven't lost those things from the delegation, but we probably should give them some sort of direction, because I believe the BIA wanted an answer one way or the other. Was that correct? As soon as possible. And with the Lions, I would like to propose that, without saying too much, I'd like to move that project ahead ASAP. But I'll be putting together a motion for next meeting. Thank you.
And as always, I would encourage you to provide that to the clerk or senior staff, so that they're, if there's fact finding they need to do, give them an opportunity. Councillor Hinchberg.
Just a question to the clerk. When we have these budget meetings, do you need a week in advance for the motions? It's a little different because it's usually Wednesday for a week.
Through you, Mayor. If you know right now you're sitting on something and you're going to make a motion that we could put in the next agenda, you would need a seconder. So you would do it like a notice of motion. So if right now you want to ask for something at the next meeting, then the best way to do it is to let us know as soon as possible, and we will actually add it to the agenda for that meeting. Otherwise, if something comes up in the meantime, the sooner you can get it to me, the better.
9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Councillor Hinchberger, please.
Thank you, through your Mayor. Comments or questions about the operating budget too, right? Okay. I'd like to go to the operating budget for a bit. I keep evolving in how I think about the thing over the course of a couple of years, and now I really think about it as not so much as an operating budget, but it's a tax-supported budget, and it contains a component for operations and maintenance and a component for capital. And where we sit right now is really 3% increase to reflect increases in costs related to operations and maintenance, and a 3% increase to continue to grow the amount of money that we put aside for capital. So I just like to thank the staff. They asked a few months ago what we asked them to shoot for in terms of the high end. We asked 8%, and you delivered that. And then lo and behold, at the last meeting, with some adjustments, we ended up sitting currently at 2% below that. I do have a question. It would be useful, the page 12 of the budget document that has that summary of budgetary impacts, the deltas and the pluses, and where we end up right now. I looked at the PDF in today's meeting, the final version of the report. Could we get an updated version of that one page that has us, instead of 7.99 down at the bottom, has 6? Because I feel that when we get to talk about the operating budget, it was going to be a slide I'd asked to be pulled up. So if we had the most current one, like for instance, the OPP contract cost increases, that's been offset to some degree by funds from the province. Would it be possible, or if it already exists and I'm not finding it, point me in the right direction?
So through you, normally I wouldn't update that, but I can. Normally we just track the changes through the Excel tote board, which we have available right now. We were anticipating that there would be changes coming forward, so we could display that if council desires, but.
That would be great. Or if there could be just like a screenshot of what the tote board looks like, and it's so. Because that's I'm trying to constantly come up with the current leaderboard, because there's definitely been some movement in it over the past number of meetings.
Is that Excel sheet coming up? Is that?
Yes, staff are working on
okay,
getting it.
thank you.
Just have it right now. It works better for me.
Thanks, if I could. This looks like it kind of will allow us to move from where we are now, 6, and where we might go up, down from that. I would also like to see how we got from 7.99 to 6. Because that might actually affect some decisions up or down. One of them being, which was the amount of money the province provided to us to offset the OPP increase in costs. There's going to be that debate about whether to use it year one, spread it over 2 years, et cetera. I know, and
So the CAO was just confirming that staff is readily prepared to discuss some of the details of the operating and or capital budget. You know, there's been discussion amongst other things, as is pointed out here, the part-time IDEA staff position plus programming costs. You know, there's opportunity, should council want to take it, to expand that rule to support other departments or other operations within the municipality. There are, you know, there's other requests for other staff members, and how do we position ourselves with the right staff capacity to do the capital and operational works that we've asked? Because it's not easy to you don't want to take away the capital projects, but if you realize that there's not the staff capacity, it's not a punitive thing to take the work away. We're trying to save the staff from getting blown apart because there's too much or too different work to do. That's the object of our work here, to try and balance budget and staff and expectations, a whole bunch of things. So if you have ideas, like we've got more time. Councillor Stewart, please.
Thank you. Very good point through you, Chair. You made a very good point about capital projects. I was talking to Mike over there and said, Mike, you got a large share of carryovers and you're having new ones of about 5.2 million. And I said, just communicate, you know, because what we're finding is very much like the Adam, and, you know, we're finding out when you hire or when you want a vehicle, takes sometimes 18 months to get it. So as I was talking to Mike, I was saying material, he sometimes says, can you do it all in 25? He said, I don't know. It depends on the material. Sometimes they promise you it doesn't show up for 12 months. So when I said to him, I said, just keep us informed about that, because, you know, you don't want to get stuck with all your material coming in November and feeling that you have to get the job done in December. A lot of times, if the material is going to be long, and it's not going to show up till the fall, well, we won't bid for the project until next spring. But long as you keep us informed what that is, because if you try to bid on projects at the end of the year, you don't get the best cost. So, you know, feel free, staff, if you find materials slowing down, just tell us, say that this project's going to be probably into 26 because of this, and this. But as long as you keep us informed, because, you know, we don't really know how, you know, a lot of these projects are in phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. We don't know that all the time. We just see a number. So that's just sort of part of the thing that we can work with you, because capital costs is an additional, most of them have a job Monday to Friday, 5 days a week, you know, 7, 8 hours a day. And then you get these capital costs. So feel free to push back. Just inform us how you're going to push back. And we'll try to help you and say, yeah, you can push back on that one, but you can't push back on this one because they're all additional. And some departments get a lot more capital projects than other departments in certain years. So feel free. Thank you.
Councillor Blackwell?
Thank you. Through you. I did have a draft motion about the scope of the additional position we were looking at within community services. Would this be an appropriate time, or community development? Apologies, my brain is all over. Strategic initiatives. Is this an appropriate time to share? Okay. So my motion was that council support a change in scope of the proposed part-time strategic initiative position to that of a community development coordinator with an initial focus on affordable housing, creating a welcoming, inclusive, and accessible community through idea initiatives, and to provide support as needed to the manager of strategic initiatives for emerging council priorities.
So that you said it was, is that is or was? Did you just propose that motion?
Yeah, I'm just proposing this motion.
Do you need,
I would need a seconder.
Is there a seconder for that motion? To, can you read it one more time, please?
That council support a change in scope of the proposed part-time strategic initiatives position to that of a community development coordinator with an initial focus on affordable housing, creating a welcoming, inclusive, and accessible community through idea initiatives, and to provide support as needed to the manager of strategic initiatives for emerging council priorities.
Is there a seconder for that motion? Deputy Mayor? Go ahead.
Thank you. Through you. So the rationale is simply that I think there was a broad consensus that we want to continue doing a lot of the work that we've done around IDEA, but also that there will be ongoing shifts potentially to support the community to increasingly take that on. So the benefit of this position would be that it would have a slightly broader focus on more council priorities, including some of the affordable housing work and the housing action plan that we've been working on, as well as supporting the manager, because we have taken on quite a significant new initiative with the MAT tax and the short-term rental. And I think that giving some flexibility to that position would allow it to be able to best meet the needs of our municipality as opposed to limiting its scope. That's just my thought process.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. Through you. I think my thought process through it is not only do we continue on with the work that we have been doing, but it provides what seems to be some necessary assistance in that department to assist with any of the additional work, and it gives the department some flexibility in terms of the scope is wider. We have as well as it aligns, I think, with what our draft strategic initiatives are in terms of making the community more vibrant and inclusive. So I think when we're looking at the budget and trying to align it with strategic initiatives, although it's not approved, I think it aligns with that. And I think it offers that needed assistance, giving the manager of the department some flexibility perhaps as to how exactly time and resources are allocated. So I welcome that proposal. Much consideration, I think, by Councillor Blackwell was given to how we kind of ensure that we can sustain what we've been doing, but also look at some of the other initiatives that we felt were important to the municipality.
So I'm going to defer to our CAO for a moment, Councillor, if that's okay. So the intent of the motion by Councillor Blackwell, obvious, is to expand the use of this position beyond that of a idea-specific staff person, but broader community development. Could you comment briefly on how that builds into the both the needs of the staff as far as capacity goes, but also into the broader picture? Can you talk a little bit about what the work plan for the municipal staff looks like this year, and whether that, like, I'm not going to argue that it's not a good idea, like, don't hear me wrong, but does it build into the plan of the staff of our municipality for the next year?
So through you, Mayor, through you to council. The conversations that we had with respect to other positions, given the parameters that council had provided, we had really opted to primarily list those, but we reflected in our reports to council, we weren't really looking to pitch any of the proposed positions because of the impact of the tax rate and how that wouldn't match within what council had set as the guideposts. Through the strategic planning discussion, it was clear that council, even with interest in moving forward on that particular project with respect to Met, we're still interested in maintaining the level of service associated with diversity, equity, and inclusion work. This is adding on to that a little bit. So I am not 100% clear, but we can chat about whether that means if it's a full-time position or a part-time position. Part-time position, I'm getting a head shake, it's just a part-time position. That's still, while that may still be challenged to take on additional things if you're looking to meet all of the things that were being done previously by the manager. The other positions within what we had discussed as a management team and senior leadership team, also very specific to moving forward other agenda items. So there are many positions that were put forward because this year we opted to really make sure you were clear on the kinds of things we needed for organizational capacity to move forward, with an understanding that from our perspective, the understanding is we see these as what is needed to maintain the kind of service levels that we're hoping for. If we don't get them, we understand that, just also understanding it's a reduced service level because we don't have necessarily the full complement of staff to get to everything we would like to as quickly as we could. Is that fair?
Yep. Deputy Mayor, you were going to offer comment?
Thank you, Mayor. I think the thought process was, and I'm sure Councillor Blackwell will correct me, but it was to maintain in terms of diversity, equity, inclusion, the work that's been done, but also allow some flexibility if there was additional assistance needed. So I don't know that it's necessarily specified to what has been listed, but hoping that that additional part-time staff may be able to fill some other boots if required. So I think the intention was there to assist and not create additional work.
Yeah, and I believe that, I would support that because I think it was council's desire. There was a acknowledgement by staff of the ability to carry on with some of the programs, but council did not want to see the entirety of the work of strategic initiatives, like to divest the entirety of DEI. So how do we maintain that, but still provide capacity in that department to move ahead with the things we needed? And to this point, that's the best recommendation we've had. Councillor Blackwell, please.
Yes, thank you. And through you. So I'm speaking specifically to the position that's already been provided draft approval in the budget. So basically, one of the things is that we've heard a lot with that department is that there are shifting priorities. One of my concerns was limiting the scope of the role to a point that it became constrained if we were able to be successful in supporting the community to take on certain things, or if other things became more embedded in the organization. As we've discussed, that it would be more beneficial for some of those things to eventually become just a part of our culture and a part of our community and the benefit of our organization. So I wanted to just focus on how do we not perhaps hinder ourselves with a role description that's too narrow, but I also did want to say, like, it's already in the draft budget, so I'm not necessarily proposing anything new. I'm just proposing that we focus on a role description that would be broad enough to give the department the flexibility they need, while still maintaining the things that we've obviously expressed through our strategic planning process as important to us to continue doing.
I'm going to defer to our Director of Corporate Services, and then I'll come back to you, Councillor Pranger.
Just a point of clarification that it wasn't originally in the budget. It was added to, okay, just to clarify that it's added on, and we just currently just changed the name as we're sitting here.
So the number that's on this spreadsheet here, that is your best estimate for a part-time role? So that's like half-time, or did you have a percentage or anything like that? Best
Sorry,
estimate.
I think it's about 20 hours a week for
Yeah,
that role.
half-time.
And then-
Well, yeah,
yeah.
okay. 50% plus minus. Okay. Councillor Pranger, please.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Two things. Just based on the comments from our Deputy Mayor and Councillor Backwell, expanding the scope as in terms of what they're allowed to work on rather than adding work tasks right now, right? It's just availability. Doing this is actually probably the only way I would consider voting for this position. So I'm in full support of this amendment. That being said, I'd like clarification on the expense of 80,000. There is a proposed full-time purchasing and procurement coordinator that's proposed, and the cost for that in benefits and salary for a full-time position is 85,000. I'm wondering why this is 80,000 for a part-time.
So through you, the 80,000 for the part-time also includes program supplies and other budgetary items, materials, training, that type of thing, whereas the procurement position was just the wages and benefits.
Thank you. When it said plus programming costs, I thought that meant programming costs were extra, but it actually means it's included. Thank you for clarifying.
Councillor Stewart, please.
Thank you. Thank you. And through you, I'm not in favor of this. I know that we spent a lot of time in the last year on this whole area. And, it's a cost plus area. It's not part of our mandate. It's not part of the act. It feels good, it feels great and everything else. It's caused us a lot of problems. I'm still not really for affordable housing and spending taxpayers' dollars. I'm in support of affordable housing, but at different levels, not at our level. I'm not sure what kind of person you're going to get. It sounds like from the table, this person has to be an expertise in 5 or 6 different areas. That's going to be hard to find. Why don't we spend time on doing things that we really have spent money on? If you're going to put anybody boots to the ground, why don't we find someone who wants to develop all that property that we have under infrastructure cost of $5+ million that we don't have anyone to want to build on it? So if you're going to spend something on a full-time person, let's get a person out there that really wants to promote Kincardine and start putting, spades in the ground. Because, this other stuff is only going to cost us money. And, how much money do we really have? We're trying to keep the budget as low as possible. And usually anytime you get one of these, even the affordable housing, looks like, the proposal that was sitting on the table could cost us well over $1 million. Not saying so. We haven't even seen the first phase of that, whether there's an agreement with Bruce Power yet. But, what I'm saying is that, it's a feel-good sort of type of position, but it's not going to put money back into the taxpayers' dollars. When we have that $5 to $10 million of infrastructure going out to the highways and going behind, besides Sobeys, and we need to start to really get serious about that and get some buildings and some residential, commercial, retail, something on that, and really start to return on our investment. That's old money. We don't need to go out and spend new money yet.
Councillor Kavanaugh.
Thank you very much, and through the chair. This is very interesting, and I really appreciate having that tote board up and moving it. But perhaps I'd like to request that it be given an opportunity to be more fully populated. There's a lot of information going around today, as well as I expect some information coming out of a closed meeting on the 22nd that will inform my decision on several of these subjects that are coming forward. And so maybe I should be asking, can we defer this until the next budget meeting? And in that time, everyone who wants to put motions forward with seconders can get them on the tote board, so we're not picking one at a time, but we can see the full menu. Motion to defer?
So there was a mover and seconder. So there is a motion to defer to the next budget meeting. Is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Hinchberger, all in favor? And that's carried. Okay. And I think that is the critical point. Councillor Hinchberger commented, like, we started at 799. Can you include on the tote board the items that got us to 6%, and then to include these other items as they're raised, so that there's a menu from which we can, this advances where we want, and this. It's not that it's not a good idea, but it's not the best idea. Councillor Hinchberger, please.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Do you mind if I move on to a separate item? Just to help me further decisions down the road, I have one question about one of the new staffing enhancements, and it's the park students, 18-week contract, 2 of them. Will that enable us to open the washrooms earlier than we have presently, which is just a couple of days prior to the May 2-4 long weekend? Because as you know, climate changes here, more people are out and about, and probably as far as not ensuring that they're not open before pipes would freeze, you probably could be opening them at the 1st of May now.
Through you, we'd love to be able to, but this does not allow us to open the washroom facilities earlier or close them later. This funding for these 2 additional students is to assist with the cleaning and operations of those washrooms during our high seasons and a little bit into the shoulder season.
Thank you. Then my follow would be is if I did the quick counting right, 18 weeks would encompass from the 1st of May through the end of October and Labor Day weekend. So it sounds like what you're saying is they're going to be employed for that period of time, but we won't be opening the washrooms early. So what would the students be doing prior to May 2-4 long weekend?
Yeah, thank you. And through you, we would also utilize them in assisting us with getting the snow fencing down at our beaches, helping to open up our parks, our trails, all of that additional work. And the reason why we don't open up our washrooms earlier and leave them later is because of the infrastructure in those washrooms. We're always nervous of the issues with I can tell you when we did open them this past year, there was 2 or 3 of them that took additional efforts because of issues with the infrastructure in those washrooms. So they haven't been designed to be open during our colder seasons as well. So that's not students that do that work. That's our full-time staff where we bring in contractors to help us with that work. So students, yes, are going to assist us in our high season with extending the hours of operation for our washrooms and the number of times we can clean them. In our shoulder seasons, we need assistance and boots on the ground with the opening up of everything else that we do outside. Our shoulder seasons are a difficult time because we have a majority of our staff inside still. And so we have a great demand on our outside services as well that we just can't meet with our existing staff complement.
So I guess, do we really need? No, I won't answer. I won't ask that question. Hold back. Nope. Thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Blackwell, please.
Thank you. Through you, I talked a little bit about, I think, at last budget meeting, but it was specifically around the ability to explore feasibility of shoulder season events. So one of the things that we had talked about was potentially reallocating some of the funding to the Marine Heritage from the Marine Heritage Festival, or whether there's others funding from summer events that we could look to shift. I'm just wondering if the manager of that department would like to share whether that's a feasible request and
kind of where we're at in terms of looking at trying to focus on a year-round kind of schedule of events or attractions.
Through you, Mayor Craig. Absolutely, at council's direction, we can shift some of the resources to other times of the year. We have traditional things that we do, and we do kind of do a wash, rinse, repeat of some of our events. Marine Heritage is one that falls on the same day of Gathering of the Band, so it could be a good one. We do have some leftover funds from Cruise Night, for example, that could also be reallocated because we didn't spend as much as we had thought. There are some things that we could do for flexibility if council was wanting us to look at that from the shoulder season lens and seeing if we need to repurpose some of that.
Thanks. If I can follow up then with a motion around that, which is, and I believe I've sent this to our manager, that council directs staff to explore the feasibility of shifting some of the funding currently allocated to the Marine Heritage Festival and or surplus funds from other summer events to increase support for shoulder season events.
Is there a seconder for the motion? Councillor Kavanagh, discussion? Councillor Stewart?
I think it's a nice proposal and motion, but really, does it really belong up at this level? I mean, it really is with the staff and the BIA, you know, money, once we allocate money, I mean, if you feel there's some real plus in there, we should give you the flexibility. But, you know, that's better suited. I mean, I'm no expert at special events on shoulder seasons or winter seasons or anything else. I don't have the expertise. I mean, I don't think we need a motion. We just need to sort of give them, yes, there is some flexibility. Work with the BIA and, you know, the Chamber of Commerce. And if you think you got programs that are better valued, great, thanks.
So in a roundabout way, you are supportive of the outcome, but you just don't need a motion. All in favor of the motion? Anyone opposed? That's carried.
Why that right at our level?
Are there any further conversations from council to staff? Are there any questions from staff members to council about where have we left things or what do we need to do? Director, yes, please.
Through you, I just want a clarification on this tote board. So when Councillor Kavanagh mentioned that there was not a lot of items populated on it, well, just to clarify, staff is not updating this unless we receive specific motions that have been seconded by other council members. Otherwise, this is staying blank or it's being populated as the discussion is occurring during a budget meeting. Is that accurate?
So once again, Councillor Hinchberger asked for the numbers that generated the drop from 7.99 down to 6. So if that's the case, like I'll just present a motion. We're talking about positions within the municipality that staff have presented on the list of many. And we may as well put them on the tote board, at least have the conversation. If we're not going to have the conversation, then we're not going to, like, you know, get to where we have some opportunity for discussion. First one that, you know, I am supportive of, I would move that we hire a planner. What do you call them?
Senior
A manager of planning for the municipality. If there's a seconder for that, that's fine. If they're not, then it goes away. Seconder, Councillor Blackwell. So do you want to be the chair while I'm advocating for my position? Okay, I will stay on the chair then.
We'll allow you to do it.
Thank you. So I believe the position of a planner to in the municipal circumstances that we're in, I believe it would be a great advantage to have someone dedicated to our municipal staff that looks at the legislative and planning issues over all departments for the next 30 or 40-year horizon. Councillor Blackwell, please.
Thank you. I agree that I think that we need a planner or a position that can look at the long-term and long-range plans. I think with the forecasted growth, we kind of, not to reuse a tired metaphor, but it was, talking about wanting to be on top of the horse and guiding it rather than being trampled to death by it. So I think a planning position could help us. My question more is around whether it needs to be a manager, whether we can look at more of like a planning and policy coordinator or policy lead, someone that can do that long range visioning and be able to provide our staff with insight and knowledge, but whether it needs to necessarily be at the management level.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Sorry, just to recap. So you made a motion. Was it seconded? That's good. Okay.
Add it to the total part.
Yeah, like, I'm not sure the next 30, 40 years. I'm more see we're in a surge position right now. And this may be a question for Adam or Dwayne. The fourth quarter infrastructure and development report in the planning services section talked about we'd had basically 13 proponents coming around and kicking the tires on things without, and these are the types of things that this position would address, handle, entertain.
Manager?
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Yeah, a lot of the inquiries we get are a lot of pre-consultation. It's just the nature of what we do is try to provide as much information direction before we get that commitment. Going through that commitment, though, to get all the information out there, it does take a lot of staff time and resources to provide that information at the high level that the investor or the applicant's looking for. From that point on, that's where it gets into the weeds, let's say it, where we get the application, then we're vetting it through all levels of agencies that provide comment, which eventually goes into either an agreement or a plan of subdivision. And with that, the monitoring, the tracking, the facilitating of that agreement, it does tax the resources of staff to keep up with that level and keep on top of it. And we don't want to, like Councillor Blackwell said, we don't want to get trampled by the horse. We want to stay on top of it. And that's where this position would really help facilitate us maintaining the level of consistency and overseeing those planning procedures.
Thanks for that. So like I said, again, I see that if you look at that infrastructure and development, there's a lot of stuff building up at the door. And I absolutely do see a need to attempt to process that through the door and get that through, because more development in a measured way can increase our tax base and help to ameliorate a number of the challenges that we have right now. I'm just not, I don't foresee this as one looking at 30, 40 years out. It's how do we go from Kincardine, the municipality at, say, a population of 14,000 with our current residential, commercial, industrial institution mix, and say, boom, we're at 20,000, and what does that look like? I'm not sure it's a longer term sort of thing. I personally would like to see us grow a little bit to help us all out, but not open-ended growth. Unless, of course, the province wanted to force us to do it.
So if I might clarify, the intent of the motion is not to hire the person. The intent is to put it on the tote board, just to put it on the tote board for discussion. That's all. Councillor Stewart, please.
Thank you. We use the word manager, we use the word director, we have a lot of people that don't manage actually people. And this manager of planning services really is responsible for the management, leadership, contribution to strategic initiative of the municipality. So no employees, just basically managing things. So I think a manager, a title of a manager is he really is a professional. So he's really a planning, whatever you want, a planning service professional, and, or a coordinator or whatever. One of the problems I see, and I won't get too much into detail, is that in the private sector, to be a director or manager, you had 6 people underneath of you. I'm not sure if you ever done a count, but we have a lot of directors with only 2 or 3 people underneath. So, to hire another manager means a different level, different payment, a different understanding. This is really a professional, a specialist that's going to do the work. So take away the management and put down planner, what is it, planner services professional or something like that. And that'd be a lot better because they're not managing people. And another thing, okay, we have to finish this one first. Sorry. I have another one to add to.
Councillor Williams, please.
Thank you, through you. Is there a way to quantify in some way, like will this position help ensure that applications get processed faster, things get moved quicker, that more will kind of happen as a result of having this position? Is my one question. My other question related to this position is what's the interaction with kind of the county planners, and how do we ensure that we're not kind of doing their work, but we're doing work in addition to what they're already doing for us?
What's going on?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
So thank you, and through you, Mayor, just discussing with Adam, we do have a memorandum of understanding with the county, and they do provide planning services in support of our applications that we receive. The municipality. They actually process a number of applications through different planning procedures, whether it be a plan of subdivision or a official plan amendment, stuff like that. This position it affords a lot of opportunity for, one, mitigating some risk management, where we're overseeing the planning policies and procedures within our own office that we are legislated to oversee. It also will provide some expeditious appointments to having these applications processed in a more efficient manner. It's hard to say. We have resources, but resources that we want to help promote and expedite these developments, they go so far that we get pulled off onto another project. And it's not a devoted position like myself. It's not devoted to just planning. It switches from a building side to the planning side, back and forth, and it's difficult to follow something through at a rate that I think is what we're looking for from the municipality, especially from the development side. They want to see a project and they want the constant interaction to say, what do I need to do now? Because I'm not maybe familiar with this process. And we just can't always be there to help provide that step, that let's walk you through this whole thing. And so this position frees up other opportunities for us to allow some more of that to happen. Again, we do work well with the county. We have our memorandum of understanding, which will be coming back to council, which goes through the services the county provides us. Again, these are all steps in hopefully developing a roadmap to where we do ultimately want to be from a planning and development standpoint on how we administer our own applications going forward. So it's a bit of a roadmap we're working on. We're just trying to find the best way to get to that end result to help expedite the backlog of applications we're getting. And it's no fault of anyone here. This is definitely a lot of mandated provincial legislation that's handed down to us that we're responsible to coordinate comments from other agencies so we can give the final okay. So we can only push things so far, but we're still bound by other agencies outside of our control, whether it be MTO, conservation, ARC assessment, stuff like that. We can't expedite that, but we can help guide the development to say, you need to have A, B, C, D, and E. And it helps them understand that going forward, that we don't want to miss that, because we definitely, as a municipality, don't want to be the ones holding the ball at the end of the day saying, it's because we didn't tell them this that they're held up. I want to make sure they have all that information now versus at the 11th hour, because that basically translates to another 2 or 3 week or 2 or 3 month delay if they have to get another study done. So.
Councillor Prenger, please.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. From what I've heard and in alignment with Manager McNabb's fourth last sentence, this sounds more like a coordinator position to me. And in building on Councillor Hinchberger's comment and something Councillor Stewart just said, It actually seems like a position that we could even maybe start out as a contract. Maybe have it go for a year or two and see if it's a full-time position, or sorry, a permanent required position or not. There's lots of opportunities to hire and feel it out and make sure it's a necessary position before bringing it onto the organization as a permanent requirement, and also allowing someone room to move up if the role needs expansion as well, maybe becoming a manager position in the future. But right now, it does sound like a coordinator and could potentially be a contract in the beginning.
CAO, please.
Just if I could speak to that. So we do have a planning coordinator on staff who is assisting with the chief building official in his role and helping to provide support to applicants who are coming forward. So that really is part of what it is we are doing to help alleviate some of the, in my opinion, alleviate some of the challenges in getting fully local planning services through the county. So the municipality already funds a particular position that helps to coordinate some applications and does a great job of trying to keep us on track with those, and has been a great assistant in our review at a staff level of the comprehensive zoning bylaw, along with other staff, but in particular. The difference, I think, with the position in terms of the description, if you go back to what the description is here, and it does very much tie into what Mr. McNabb is saying with respect to the MOU with the county. We're really looking for the county to be the ones providing high-level guidance about county official planning services, helping to provide some information with respect to what is happening at a provincial policy level. We have our CBO who acts as the zoning administrator. We have a planning coordinator who helps then support what it is that comes into our municipality to help with the county's delivery of local planning services around applications. But the gap is more for our organization about what is the specific high-level picture thinking that can then translate into on-the-ground plans and action items related to land use planning. That's the biggest gap for our organization that we don't have. So it's not about an additional person to process applications, because we do have somebody who helps with that. It's more of the higher level guidance, and some of that then being shouldered by our existing staff who don't necessarily have that capacity and background to take that on. So I also, in listening to what council has had to say with respect to growing and where we're expecting to go in the future, as moderate level of growth, this is still something that takes some significant experience in planning. And typically your folks who are undertaking application review are helping to build that over the years, how those applications all come together to get the higher level thinking related to how it all comes together for a broader land use planning consideration. So that's the rationale, in my opinion, of why we were proposing the position. Regardless of the title, I think it does sit at the management level.
Okay, so we have a mover and seconder that we include on the tote board, this management level planning person. All in favor of including that on the tote board for discussion? Any opposed? That's carried. Any other suggestions, particularly about, Amanda?
Thank you, through you, Chair. I would like considered on the tote board, although I'd be happy to move on it now, the Environmental Services Maintenance Coordinator, or whatever position we. Oh. No tote board, no cost.
Excuse me, Director, can you give us some guidance about to whether it should, whether it shouldn't?
Through you, yes, it would go on the tote board, and just the column that says impact to tax rate would be a no.
Okay, would you like to make a motion that you include that on the tote board for discussion? Anyone like to second that? Councillor Prenger? Any discussion? All in favor? Next, any other additions to the tote board? Councillor Kavanaugh?
Thank you very much. This would be the request that council included. It's a hybrid ask for $600,000 supported in the Kincardine Hospital Foundation in the 2025 budget, with $200,000 being included in the operations and $400,000 coming from a reserve.
Is there a seconder for that motion, please? No additions to the tote board. It can be populated with people, it can be populated with items. So the seconded by Councillor Williams. Any debate, Councillor Kavanaugh?
Do you want the long explanation, or you want to save that for the next time? The short version is that we have a hospital that is 35 years old since its last major refurbishment. It's been due, and unfortunately, the provincial government has been sort of stepping back from how much of healthcare they provide. In this case, they have agreed to fund 90% of the total facility, which is the structure and such. However, the remaining 10%, which is the equipment inside the structure, is not covered under those old agreements. As such, it falls to our local volunteer Kincardine Hospital Foundation to try and raise that remaining amount. In the past 2 years, Kincardine has previously agreed to support, and those amounts were covered basically through use of a healthcare reserve fund. And this is sort of a set in between of a hybridization where some of it is being paid. There will be a $24, I believe, charge to the average household towards this, and the rest could come from the reserve.
Councillor Williams? You don't have to. I'm just affording the opportunity if you'd like to.
Thank you, through you. I support the motion of honoring the commitment of council to fund their hospital, the hospital donation. I don't necessarily fully agree with maybe the long term, but rather maybe focusing on this year and making that commitment this year and looking at opportunities to fund it through reserve funds rather than increasing the operating budget.
Further discussion? Councillor Stewart, please.
Thank you. And through you, I'm a little confused. We've already allocated money towards the hospital fund. I believe it was 1.8 million over 3 years. Is that correct? Oh, 2 years. So we still need another year of 600,000, but you're talking about extending that, aren't you? Or are you just talking about 600,000 now for 25?
What did the motion say?
I didn't quite get it.
The motion was just covering this year with 200,000 for here and 400,000 from the reserve.
One of the things, just to conclude, you know, I actually have spent a little time in Kincardine Hospital with my 98-year-old mother. I think it's important to do the bricks and mortar. I see the bricks and mortar are very important, but you know, the problem is not the bricks and mortar. The problem is really the amount of staff we have, and not so much nurses, but doctors. I mean, on Friday afternoon, you had one doctor, 5-hour waits and everything else. It's not the doctor's fault, but you know, putting $18 million in the bricks and mortar, not having anybody to run it, could cause us a lot of problems down the road. Now, you might not want to face it, but you know, we still have 3,000 to 4,000 people without a doctor. Guess who their clinic is? The hospital. And we can't even service them out of the hospital right now. So I'm a little bit worried about, you know, I would defer this till next year. Our commitment sort of indirectly was 1.8, but we only had 1.2, I believe, in the reserve. So we used that. But I'd probably reserve this, but you know, that depends on the council and everything else. We need to really start to put our thinking caps on. I'm not sure if you know, but in the operating budget, right now we're spending well over $1 million just on doctor incentives and the clinic and overhead and everything else. How much more money can you really support? You know, the real problem is trying to put doctors in seats. Until we get a full complementary of 13 or 14 doctors, we're just putting money into something that's bricks and mortar that we can't really support. So there's no reason why we could make a commitment, but bringing that money in this year, this thing's not going to be built for 2 or 3 years, if not 10 years. So, you know, I'd really like to, if we're going to put money into the healthcare, I'd rather put in money into nurse practitioners or some sort of clinic, or maybe this BC initiative, start bringing doctors on staff. You know, I really think this throwing money, it doesn't actually gets transferred. It sits in our reserve fund for now. But I think it's a little bit premature. And, you know, I think that we're really going to be in, like, we think it's going to be easy to getting doctors. Everyone right across Canada has a shortage of doctors, and nobody seems to want to be GPs anymore. So I'm sorry that this proposal for this year, I couldn't support.
Councillor Hinchberger, please.
Okay,
We have a mover and
the
seconder, so
Call the
we.
vote.
We just put it on the.
Go ahead and
Okay.
answer the board. Call the
So
vote.
the motion is that we add this hospital contribution to the tote board for discussion. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Any further recommendations? Do you have the ability to make this tote board longer, like way longer? Okay. Councillor Hinchberger, please.
Went the other way. In the absence of Deputy Mayor Clark, I'd propose that the operating component of the Saugeen Mobility Proposal Option 1, which is $40,000, be added to the 2025 operating budget. So the proposal is that the operating component of the Saugeen Mobility, operating cost component of the SMART Proposal Option 1, $40,000, be added to the 2025 operating budget. To be put on the tote board. Yes, thank you. $40,000, 40,000.
Moved by Councillor Hinchberger and second by Councillor Kavanaugh. Is there further discussion?
I'll just, for full disclosure, the total expenditure to go with, say, option 1 is 200. 160 of it is a capital for a vehicle, 40 is the operating. So, and I'm sure everybody around this table would be aware that this is the operating component. How to fund, if council should decide, the capital component of it, which is the vehicle, is a separate matter, just for information.
All in favor? Anyone opposed? It's carried. Further proposed additions to the tote board? Rory. Councillor Williams, please. Sorry.
Sorry, through you. Can you just confirm the amount, Councillor Hinchberger? Thank you.
Councillor Williams, please. Yes.
Thank you, through you. I'm just trying to find the budget line. I'm not getting there fast enough, but I would like to recommend the removal of the Municipal Innovation Council membership for a commitment of $27,000 and to withdrawal from the Municipal Innovation Council. From what I understand, although we have an agreement in place, municipalities have already withdrawn, and that there's not any we haven't necessarily seen any significant benefit from being a member of the council.
So that's moved by Councillor Williams, seconded by Councillor Stewart. All in favor? That's carried. Yes, I would. This is inclusion on the tote board. I think we would be well served by the inclusion of an administrative role within community services. Well, administrative role, I'm not putting a title. We had that discussion already in one of the positions, and I'm not going there, so it's.
You have a class.
Just put administrative.
An EA, that's to be determined by staff when it, oh, they already got there? So before we have any further discussion, we need a seconder. Is there a seconder for that motion? Okay, moving on. Councillor Stewart.
This one's going to be a little complicated, but I'm hoping I can pass it through. Through you.
Just the motion first and then we'll
Okay, the
discuss.
motion would be to take any surplus money from the sale of municipality property like Birchwood and put it towards our infrastructure fund. So any future sales of public property go into.
Okay, just a minute. We need a second.
I'm just saying, defining it.
Yep. I think we'll need the seconder and then we'll have the discussion, okay?
We just clarified the motion, like. Fund that's going into.
MAP.
We do have a policy already, I think, so.
Yeah, I think it's a reconsideration.
So there's a recommendation that we take money from the sales of our surplus lands and invest that money in infrastructure funds.
Future fund, yeah.
Okay, like the life cycle reserve.
Yes.
Okay. Is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Prenger, Councillor Stewart.
What I'm proposing is that, there's a couple of pieces of property that'll probably be coming up fairly quickly. The Birchwood property, I think everyone knows. And I'm thinking for the taxpayers, and, we have that 3% going towards asset management plan, is that for the next little while, if we do have surplus property that's not going to be used, all those funds should go back to there. So, we create our own sort of legacy fund with that. So as we move forward, the 3% might only be 2% from the fund and 1% to the taxpayers. You see how that sort of works? Because really those properties, unless they're designated for somebody else, really the proceeds should be returned back to the taxpayers. So this would help us long-term planning that the Birchwood sites alone could be $500,000. So, next year, if we had those funds, we could either put the total amount towards an AMP, or we can just take the interest from it. But we're trying to build a legacy fund because we're going to see some of these properties come up for sale soon. So we need to start to figure that out. And in budget time, it would be probably towards that 3%. We could sort of share that with the taxpayers.
Just need a little bit of guidance from our Director of Corporate Services. When we get down to it, is this really a tax issue at all, or is this a policy issue determining the use? Like I understand that it has some future taxation implications, but from my perspective, I don't see that it has a line on the tote board that really is applicable because it doesn't affect the tax rate for this year, yes or no at all. Like it's a policy decision. Yes, Director, please.
Through you, so we do have a policy, the sale and disposition of land policy that was approved not too long ago, and there's a section in there, 5.1.4, that says monies received from the disposal of any real property shall be deposited to the municipality's respective asset reserve account unless otherwise directed by council. So I'm not sure you need to include that for the purposes of this discussion.
Not really.
Councillor Hinchberger, please.
Thank you. And probably in hindsight, maybe the wording could have been chosen differently, but we also have an official plan, which is kind of like our overriding policy. And it has a housing first or affordable housing first policy with respect to surplus lands. Now, I get the gray area a little bit. If you're talking about surplus municipal land and that will be used for housing, or surplus municipal land that isn't suitable for housing and you're going to sell it. Right now, I would say the official plan is probably not very explicit on that distinction. You know what I mean? Do you roll the proceeds from the sale of surplus land into making or facilitating affordable housing, or did the authors of the official plan in that regard have a different thing? Depends on whether you read it literally or figuratively. So I see part of the argument or the point, but I don't want it to necessarily see it be everything.
So your motion is it is well taken, but it just doesn't fit on the tote board at this point. No. So when we actually have a sale, then we revert to the policy and as director said, or as council directs. So there is opportunity for that discussion every time we have the sale of municipal assets.
Yeah, it's really to get Mayor, it's really to get the discussion around this, the 3% and to try to bring other additional money to it. So it's not always a tax burden. So the policy covers it and our fellow counselor's right. I mean, but we're not throwing everything into a that's really decision needs to be. We sort of throw everything into a fund and then we can figure out where we want to put it.
So we do have a motion on the floor. Are you interested in
retracking it?
Thank you for that. Councillor Blackwell, please.
Thank you. Through you. This isn't necessarily a motion, but it's a discussion. So hopefully that's okay. One of the conversations I've had with members of the community was around our bylaw enforcement in the summer and how right now we hire 2 bylaw enforcement officers, I believe, for the entire summer. Is there a capacity to focus and only have a second bylaw officer on weekends so that we are focusing on when we have the most number of folks in the community versus the need for them to be there full time? I'm not sure if there's input in that or if it's something we can follow up with after this meeting, perhaps.
Clerk, please. That's a motion. Go ahead.
Through you, Mayor. We have the 2 extra bylaw enforcement officers for the summertime. We have added an additional 3-hour parking in the downtown core. So we will be having those 2 people in the summertime will be not only looking at activities on the beach, but they will also be enforcing the 3-hour parking downtown. Plus, honestly, this summertime is the time when you need people the most, because that is when we have the most people in and around town, but that is also the time that we see the most complaints for clean and clear yards, property standards, things like that. So I would think they're utilized 7 days a week.
We have a service provision contract with them, so yeah. Are there any other recommendations for the tote board? Councillor Williams, please.
Through you, I'm not sure if this is a recommendation for the tote board now or if this is something that we would discuss at the next meeting, but should there be an operating budget surplus for 2024, if that can be applied to reducing the tax burden for 2025? I'm not sure if that's something that's an option or how that works.
Director, can you comment on the policy that we have regarding surplus funds from previous years? Year?
Yes, the policy is to include those funds in the contingency reserve, and then that capital contingency reserve is used for a variety of projects throughout the year or in the budget. But due to timing, we don't have, the financial statements aren't approved until June, so the timing doesn't align with that in terms of reducing the tax rate.
Councillor Hinchberger, please.
Having been down this road, thank you through your mayor, having been down this road a bit myself, you might also, there will be some discussion that when the operating surplus is identified, not all of it is really cash in hand. So we got into a bit of this discussion over the 2023 surplus and which was about 750,000, and how much of it a number of us wanted to put some in the life cycle reserve fund. We initially, maybe begrudgingly, both parties settled that half could be considered cash in hand and was put into the life cycle reserve fund, which in a sense is, if you're going to put it in the operating budget and send it over, is a comparable thing there. Thanks.
Councillor Stewart, please.
Thank you. And I'm not picking on you, Fire Chief Guy, please. Under the Fire and Emergency Services, we talked about doing a consultant, I think for, was it 50,000 for a fire plan? And some of it was going to come from grant and some of it was going to come from tax dollars. I forgot exactly. But really what the point is that we just finished a risk management, I believe this year or last year, And so, I'm worried about jumping into a fire plan when we really haven't evaluated the risk management plan. And if we go into the fire plan, anytime we bring consultants to the table, we usually end up with a heck of a opportunity to spend more money. Have we really looked at that risk management and really analyzed it? Could we wait another year and do the fire plan in 2026? Thank you.
So I did look at the plan when I get here. I guess I would say it wasn't a robust document that didn't really provide the direction that was needed. It fulfilled the check marks that the fire marshal required, but it wasn't a document that was sufficient enough to provide leadership and guidance for the future of the fire service. So the so that was called the community risk assessment that was required. This other one is a fire master plan, if you will, that would help talk about exactly like ladder trucks. Why is it needed? It talks about all these things. So it helps bring in all the NFPA standards and whatever codes, bus ratings, fire station at the right place, the number of staffing. It goes through all of these items. So it's a much more robust document that helps guide the fire service, like you would a recreational plan or whichever.
So at the end of it, we'll get a big sort of announcement that we need this, this, and this. Now, just asking your expertise, being a chief, could you do this plan yourself over 2 or 3 years?
Through you, Mayor Craig. I could. I found that I don't have capacity right now. So, and generally, yes, I could. I guess would be the thing. It would definitely take that amount of time. I think Kincard is in a place right now where what I'm seeing is we need to make some changes rather quickly for capacity building and what we're doing. So I think this should my recommendation is that it should come soon so that we can start on this process.
Well, okay. I just wanted to follow it because what we're running into, it's not so much we run into the last couple of years doing a lot of consultant work. I mean, I was looking at, and thank you very much for showing us the treasurer's doing between legal cost and consulting work. It's really just, it's growing the last couple of years. And I'm just trying to sort of say is, we only can do so much. And usually after a plan or a review, we get, it's like the cycle plan, all of a sudden it's $1 million to implement. We have to sort of spread it out a little bit because, we just can't do everything and bring the necessary dollars because it's a shame to do the plan and not have the money. So right now we're saying okay to your plan, but we don't have any dollars around it. What's the outcome? And there's going to be a big outcome. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Williams, please.
Thank you. Through you, I am going to request or motion forward to add one more. The purchasing and procurement coordinator position. When I look at this position, I think about the creation of better kind of centralized processes, which will help create more efficiencies, but also take work away from other people who can then do other things as a result. And so I'd like to kind of put a motion forward that position gets added to the TOE board.
Second by Councillor Prenger. Any further discussion? Councillor Prenger, please.
Thank you, through you, Chair. This is a position I asked about at the last budget meeting, and I would appreciate it if for the next meeting or like at that next meeting, I guess we could have a little, I think I had asked for, what did I ask for? That's a good question. Some kind of explanation as to, I'm sorry, I'm trying to remember what it was. You had talked about some costs that it would we wouldn't incur because of this position if we hired it. I'd like to know what the offsetting is, like what we're going to be spending $85,000 on this position if we approve it. Where are the cost savings elsewhere? They were mentioned, but they weren't quantified or really described in detail. So I had wanted to know what that offset is.
Director, please.
Thank you. Sorry, is this in addition to the information that I had emailed council after the December 10th budget meeting? Because I know you had made that comment and then we had sent an email with additional information. If that's not sufficient, maybe we can have a conversation about what more you need.
That might be my fault. I saw a couple emails from you but I did not see that specific information, so maybe I scanned too quickly. I'll go back and check and I'll get back to you. Thank you for pointing that out.
Councillor Stewart, please.
Just to continue on, my fellow councillors, so, you know, if you centralize it, you usually save money. That's the whole point of this. But we're actually taking away some jobs from existing staff members. Yeah, because we're freeing them up. So you see this as a full-time, and you know, it is an interesting question. I mean, if this individual saves us $100,000 a year, well, it's a plus. But a lot of times that doesn't really happen. So your best guess, you know, what exactly this purchasing and procurement coordinator, are they going to go through all the departments? Or are they only going to go through the head office compartments for paper, copiers, things of that nature? Are they going to do uniforms? Are they going to purchase equipment for the mechanics and tools? Are we talking about right across the board? Because if it's not right across the board, there's no point in having it.
So through you, yes, it would be facilitating, it would be more centralizing the procurement function. So it wouldn't just be for office supplies, which we do anyways, but it would be more to assist all the different departments to develop the RFPs and the RFX documents in compliance with the procurement policy and making sure all of the correct templates are used and responding to a lot of the inquiries that we get to make sure we are compliant with the policy. So in conclusion, there is no direct, I wasn't able to quantify exactly how much you're going to save doing this. However, one of the justifications is that we'll be able to move forward at least with the online e-bidding platform. And through that, we hope to receive a higher number of bids and more responses from prospective vendors. And through there, by default, we would find hopefully cost savings, but it wasn't quantified in the one pager that I previously provided council. I estimated the number of hours that is currently spent on the procurement function across all of the departments, saying I think it was 450 hours in total, roughly, and that those would be the types of the things that procurement coordinator person would do, but each of the departments would still be responsible to assist in drafting the scope of work because those are the technical aspects that only the departments know. But this person would be the liaison and would be able to assist with that, as well as through doing reporting, because there are quarterly reports that have to be issued to council, as well as training. We do have a lot of new staff, and currently it is quite an effort to make sure that all of the staff are trained up on the procurement policy because it does reach out across all of the departments. So we're hoping that this individual will be able to keep up with the training and to keep up with the review of the policy itself, because that does need revision on an ongoing basis.
Councillor Steinhoff-Gray, please.
She actually finished answering my question. I pulled up the email myself, so I'm okay from that perspective.
Councillor Stewart, please.
Thank you. Just to expand on this, this person would have ultimate responsibility to say yes or no for the purchase. Okay, so just be a coordinator and basically just give recommendation, and then the department head or the director could oversee and say, no, I'm not doing it. I'm going to go on this one.
No, through you. So this position is basically going to make sure that the documents, so whatever projects that council authorizes through the budget process, currently each of the departments through the Treasury Department have to work on developing all of the forms and the contracts and the RFP and RFX and tender documents. So rather than all of the back and forth with all of the department heads through the Treasury staff, this person would assist in creating those templates and making sure that they are posted on the e-bidding platform and kind of manage the process of records management, liaison between the vendors, the departments. There's a lot of work that happens with procurement, and this position would just help with that. It wouldn't have any authority over making decisions with respect to purchases.
A lot of our capital projects are third party. We use BM Ross to actually do the RFP. So the coordinator really would have very little involvement at this other than just accepting it. in reviewing it, but wouldn't have. So what would the dollar amount be for this coordinator that has a direct impact? I mean, capital projects are done by bidding and everything else. So, you know, capital projects are what, $30 million a year, $25 million a year. How much would this person be directly impacted with her or his amount? Would it be like $5 million a year? Is that what the kind of purchasing power we're looking at? That this person could have a direct effect? I mean, the capital projects are done by third party, most of them.
Through you, no. So the significant projects that are going through infrastructure and development, if you have engineers, then they assist with those specific tenders. But there are a lot of procurements, basically anything over $25,000, even in the operating budget, that have to go through the procurement policy. Even if it's less than 25,000, there's constant discussion about what needs to happen and making sure it's above board. So while there are some projects that the Infrastructure and Development Department does through their engineering group, that's not the full extent of it. There's a lot of work that has to happen specifically with community services, even the fire department, strategic, like every single department can, I think, speak to the involvement and the level of involvement that they have currently in procurement and how much of a burden it really is.
We do consultants too. If we have to hire a consultant, they'd be in the procurement part.
Through you. So if we are hiring consultants for a specific project, and if they're not engineers that are already on record, and we're hiring a consultant, yes, they have to go through the procurement policy.
Councillor Prenger, please.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I'd just like to apologize to our director. You did send that. Thank you. I just read the attachment, and I did see that email previously. I misread it and thought you said it was forthcoming. It was already attached. So I just read it, and it was mentioned already that the estimated staff time spent across our organization on the procurement functions that we're talking about was 450 hours. But you also included that amounted to approximately $35,000 worth of time, which then in theory would be taken over by this new position. So we're already offsetting $35,000 of staff time out of this $85,000 proposed cost. So that's exactly what the majority of what I wanted to know. And just so everyone knows, the attachment is very detailed and explicit. So thank you so much for that.
Councillor Steinhoff Gray, please.
Thank you, through you, Chair. Yeah, one of the things, if we can save staff time, is obviously those hours can be dedicated to things that are in the backlog right now, so it frees up time. One of the questions I was going to actually ask, because I was curious about, and you do have one small reference in it, but like obviously the legal language on contracts is really important. So having somebody that's very well versed in those clauses, is that going to save us legal bills? Because I'm assuming we have some type of legal review of any large contracts that we're putting out. So I'm just curious whether there is an element of saving there. I didn't necessarily see it, but I do think that they probably, someone who's qualified in like supply chain functions and procurement, I would assume would have a greater handle on those clauses. So is that going to save us some legal fees also? I'm curious. Thank you.
Through you, that's a good question. And I did actually specifically state it in that report that it wouldn't reduce costs. We do have a procurement lawyer that we go to for specific questions if we're unsure how to tackle something. But it's a fixed fee amount of $5,000. And there's a certain number of hours this person allocates to us per year. I don't think it would go down unless we got to the point where we felt that we weren't benefiting from that anymore because we had all of the information. So we might go to this person less, at which point we would then just eventually terminate the contract because it is an annual fee.
Okay, thank you for the conversation today. Oh, all in favor of the procurement officer going on the tote board? Okay, thank you for the conversation. Our stems are wilting a little bit here. I can tell. You just watch. We will have opportunity in 2 weeks to finish the debate regarding operating and capital proposed budgets here. So we need a mover and seconder. Yeah, to confirm. I'm just wondering, I'd sent you an email the other day about the proposed council meetings coming up, and I encourage you to have a look at that in case you gave it a cursory scan and filed it away someplace. None of us have done that before. So we need a mover and seconder that the bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the council of the corporation and municipality of Kincardine be deemed to be read a first, second, third time, finally passed, numbered as bylaw number 2025-11. Moved by councillors Kavanaugh and Steinhoff Gray. All in favor? That's carried. And mover and seconder that the special council meeting adjourn at 2:35. Inchberger and Prenger. All in favor? Carried. Staff, thank you for spending some quality time hanging out with council and trying to understand what's going on.